Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to get our City Council meeting started, and we're going to start with our Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to come around to the front because I'm going to bring up Troop 3732, Cub Scouts from Weathersfield Elementary. They're going to say the pledge with me. Come on up, boys.
How cute.
Fine-looking group of young men, right? All right. Face the audience. Well, there's the flag over there. And now, if we will put our hands over our hearts and we'll begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, young man. Let's have a shake on that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, boys. Very good. Right, that's a nice way to start the meeting, I think. So let's go to roll call, if you please.
Councilmember Engler,
Present.
Councilmember Jones,
Here.
Councilmember McCoy,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Bill De La Pena,
Present.
Mayor Adam.
And I'm here. I don't believe there are any requests for continuance of any public hearing or agenda items. I don't believe so. So I'm going to go down to the podium for our special presentation this evening. We're on. There we go. Could I have Police Chief Tim Hagel come down and join me? Where are you, Tim? There he is. There we go. All right. This is going to be Tim's final meeting with us at the City Council as our police chief. And we just want to take this opportunity to tell you how grateful we are for the service that you've given to this city. I know you're a son of Thousand Oaks, grew up here in Thousand Oaks, went to Thousand Oaks High School, served 31 years on the police department, the last 6 with Thousand Oaks, and we're very grateful for the leadership that you brought to our city. You've had some tremendous accomplishments. There's too many to enumerate here, but I'd like to just talk about a couple. One of your greatest, in my opinion, is the Safe Passage program, which helps at-risk kids. All right, Safe Passage. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Helps at-risk kids as young as 3rd, 4th, 5th graders keep away from gangs. The police department works with these kids, shows them a lot of care, a lot of love, and it's working. Gang activity's down, and the trust between the police department and parents and kids is way up. So it's been a tremendous success, Tim. We're really happy about it. You appointed to deal with our homeless situation, a vulnerable populations officer, actually 2 of them, and I went on the road with these 2 fellows. They do a tremendous job in steering people to the social services that they need. That was a wonderful thing. I know you work with the Explorers program, young people, because you want to mentor them and get them ready to be police officers, right? To keep
Maybe a little agenda there.
Keep the pipeline moving, so that's good. But you know, Tim, I think your shining moment was dealing with the borderline tragedy and the tremendous meaningfulness that you had for the families and the victims. You gave it your all. You were with them. You went to all the memorials, and you had a big part in our healing garden that we dedicated just a couple of months ago. That had a lot to do with you as well. So, and I know you even postponed your retirement for a year just to help us with this situation. So that was a big sacrifice on your part, and we really appreciate it. And then right after that, we had the Woolsey fire and the Hill fire. I hate to review some of this stuff, but it's important because Tim stepped up there. The whole department stepped up, helped the victims, helped in the shelters, made sure everybody was provided for. So we appreciate that as well, needless to say. So, you know, you brought a lot of joy to your job, and the joy was infectious, made everybody around you better people, I think. You treated others with respect and dignity, and you touched the lives of many people. You made many friends in the city, so if it's a mark of a success is by the friends that you have, you're a super success. You turned law enforcement into law enjoyment. You like that?
Can I use that?
You could use that, yeah. And I know you're going to continue to volunteer in the city and continue to be active. I'm sure you're being approached by many nonprofits now to help because you'd be a great addition to any board. I want to thank you for your lifetime of service here at Thousand Oaks. And I do want to present to you a framed autograph picture of myself that I think you'll enjoy. No, actually, it's a commendation listing a lot of your achievements, and I'm sure you'll try to find room on your wall for that.
Thank you.
And I tell you what, we have one other little surprise for you, and I'd like you to step up here. I'm going to go into the handheld mic here. Step up here at the front. If my fellow council members can walk around and join us. The mic's... No, we could if you like. It's your night, Tim. You want to give us a few bars of Frank Sinatra or something? We as a council certainly appreciate what you've done as police chief, but I think we all feel that you've gone beyond just being a police chief. You've really represented the city to a wonderful extent. You've symbolized what's best about the city of Thousand Oaks. You've really been, I like to think of as an ambassador to the rest of the world for the city of Thousand Oaks. So with that in mind, if you wouldn't mind holding it for just a second.
They don't let me talk though.
Hold on just a second. We're going to present you for the first time ever, this has never been done before, a lifetime ambassadorship representing the city of Thousand Oaks. And I'm going to put that medal on you right now. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Claudia. Now, we've never done something like this before, so this shows you how important Tim is to this community. Now, you must wear that at all times, whenever you're within the city of Thousand Oaks, 24/7. That has to be on you. So, anywhere you go, that's got to be on you. So, again, now I want to share the mic, and I'm sure my fellow council members have a few nice words to say. Let's start with Mr. Ed Jones.
Well, we were just told that we were going to do this, so I obviously have nothing planned. You know, the thing I really impressed me, I mean, many things impressed me about Tim, but when he had that situation with a woman who had a van here in town, and she was very low income, and she couldn't afford to fix the engine so she could drive out of town. And Tim got a fuel pump, and he actually opened up the engine and put in and installed the fuel pump. That was when you were training at the academy. Did you have the fuel pump 101, or how did you do?
Every senior I knew at Thousand Oaks High School took auto shop, and there's one you can raise your hand there that was with me and took auto shop.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Tim, the mayor went kind of through your curriculum vitae here, and I don't need to repeat all the wonderful things you've done in the community. As most of you know, I was a firefighter, and it kills me to say what a great police chief this was. But Tim in his career made a serious error early on when he became a police officer and did not become a firefighter. And I just want to rectify that right now and make you an honorary firefighter.
Sheriff Andy Griffith has nothing on you. And right, well, no, that's Barney. But anyways, Tim, real simple. It wasn't a job to you, it was a calling. And the community was tremendously blessed, and we continue to be. Thank you for your service. You're my friend. You're my brother. You're amazing.
Amen to that.
No, I will not make you cry because I'm already crying. But if when I hear the name or read the name Tim Hagel, I think of the best humanitarian that we have in the city of Thousand Oaks. You are an extraordinary humanitarian. You're not a police officer, not at all. You care so much about our community, from trying to save these children at 850 Warwick, growing up in a life of gangs and gang members, living with gang members in roach-infested apartments. And you said, you know what? This is not dignified. Every human, regardless of their background, whatever it is, economic or socioeconomic background, has a right to a decent and prosperous living. That's right. And so you have taken these kids, plucked them out of this roach-infested apartment complex, and said, you know what? I'm going to help them. And he started Safe Passage. And when we went to Washington, D.C., to the Justice Department about 2 or 3 years ago, we explained to them what Safe Passage is, and they were amazed. This is an example for the rest of the nation, what you are doing in concert with the Park District, the Police Foundation, the City of Thousand Oaks, the school district, and generous people in our community. As Councilmember Ed Jones said, you actually helped a homeless woman living in her van, in her RV, fix the fuel pump. Which police officer in this country would do that? It's only Tim Hagel. He truly cares, especially when we went through the borderline shooting and the Woolsey fires. You took care of every single family, of all the survivors. They have your number. You text them. You went to each and every funeral, including that of Elena Housley in Napa. You brought her parents her belongings that were down here at Pepperdine. And everybody loves you for that, for what you have helped our community go through and try to heal. You're just simply amazing. So I'm going to miss you greatly.
Our Chief, Tim Hagel. Have a great retirement, buddy. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Now, we are on to public comments, and if you would announce that.
This is a time and place for public comments. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding items on the agenda or on a subject within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers for public hearing items shall be called and heard during the public hearing. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole, and all documents for City Council and the official record should be presented to the city clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Under state law, public comment matters may not be considered by the council unless listed on the agenda, but may be referred to the city manager for administrative follow-up. 5 individuals have presented cards, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes, and the yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. First up, Adam Haverstock, followed by Matthew Mitnick. Hi, Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy New Year, members of the City Council. My name is Adam Haverstock. I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Tourism at the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. I'm here tonight to give an update from the Chamber. First and foremost, I wanted to do a thank you. Your city manager and members of the city's economic development team came to the Chamber of Commerce's Board of Directors meeting today and gave a wonderful update about projects within the city. And so we just want to say thank you. I think it was time well spent, a lot of really great questions, and we really enjoy having that opportunity with our board. I did put an item on the projector over here. I don't know if it'll make it on the screen. The big item I wanted to talk about tonight is Conejo Valley Restaurant Week. So Conejo Valley Restaurant Week is coming up. It is being celebrated in partnership with Visit California's Restaurant Month during the month of January. It's going to start next Friday night on the 24th and run until the following Friday, January 31st. And we have a list of restaurants that are participating on our tourism district's website, conejo.com. There's several of them, I think, at least 20 by this point. And each of them, there's no cost for them to participate, but each of them is offering some sort of discount to customers or a special menu item or something like that that you can receive if you go out and eat during restaurant week at one of their establishments. So we are still looking for participants if they would like to sign up at conejo.com, and they can sign up between now and Friday to get listed on the website. In addition to that, we're having a kickoff event. We want to start Restaurant Week off with a bang. So at the Twisted Oak Tavern in Agora Hills, we're going to have a kickoff happy hour from 5 to 7 p.m. next Friday evening, which is January 24th, the first day of Restaurant Week. And the tourism district is going to get a free happy hour drink to the first 50 people in attendance. So if anyone wants to be punctual and get there, you can get yourself a free drink, but also please support our local restaurants. And it runs all week long. We'd love to have support for all of our businesses. I also wanted to mention that nominations are going to close this week for the Chamber's annual awards gala. We have our Man of the Year, Woman of the Year, Business of the Year, Nonprofit of the Year, Volunteer of the Year categories. We're accepting those nominations on our website, conejochamber.org, and they'll be honored at the Chamber's awards gala on Friday, March 6th. And then finally, I'll close with a mention about the updated 2020 human resource materials we offer in partnership with California Chamber of Commerce. These are the labor law posters that have the minimum wage and all the other federal and state disclosures up on the break room, and then also your new hire pamphlets with mandatory disclosures. Those are for sale at conejochamber.org, and they can be either picked up or they can be shipped to a business's office. And unless there are any questions, that does conclude my report this evening.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Next up, Matthew Mitnick, followed by Avi Kapoor.
All right, well, hello, members of the City Council. My name is Matthew Minnick, a 19-year resident of the city. And what brings me to speak here tonight is just a couple concerns I have regarding affordable housing in the city and youth engagement. So first, I want to preface it as someone who's been in a similar position to you all as a candidate for the Madison City Council. Last year, I ran on student issues, particularly affordable housing, and I can't help but be concerned by some past votes of this body to scale back a lot of projects. The quote, slow growthers in the city, I think have been problematic to young people like myself. I can tell you as a college student, someone who knows many young people, nobody wants to come back to Thousand Oaks because quite simply there's not, affordable access to housing. There's been a lot of, scaled down projects. I can think of the Lang Ranch Park as one of them in the past. Sapwe Trails is great, but could have been a much greater project. And, I think that we need to have more youth voices, whether it be on city committees, the Planning Commission. I think there's an old guard-esque type thing going on where a lot of people on the committees have connections, they have to know people, and I think we can do a better job with youth engagement. And as a community, on many of your Twitter accounts, I see you profess, you value the arts, you value education. I think something needs to be said about valuing those young people when they graduate, the local high schools here so that they can continue to come to Thousand Oaks and, want to live here. So, I'm also mentioning, part of what I'm referencing is that project Newberry Park on South Reno Road that was scaled back. I'd like to see more projects like that. And, the Teal Boulevard redevelopment plan, I think is great. I've read that from the city website, and I think we need to have more young people at the table when doing that. We need to have better outreach because many of my friends don't even know what the city council does. They don't know anyone who sits on this body. Those that do are in this room with me tonight who will be speaking as well. And those are also people like myself who want to come here post-college graduation and, potentially rent or own a home. And then I also want to just mention very briefly on the 5G. I think it should happen. I have horrible cell coverage in my house. And everyone here who's against it can get tinfoil hats. I have them in my car, so I'll provide that to you. But thank you for having me here tonight, and I think we just need to promote affordable housing, the 2,500 units, and just youth engagement. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ave Kapoor, followed by Brett Fornatoro.
My name is Avi Kapoor. I'm studying political science at Moore Park College. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, California. I want to talk about the mandate to build an additional 2,500 homes in Thousand Oaks. Buying a house is one of my dreams, and it's a dream shared by many of my peers. My generation is dealing with rising student loan debt. Our parents are aging with a healthcare system incapable of carrying its weight. Young adults today are facing major obstacles to economic stability and economic freedom. But suddenly, that dream of buying a house seems like a fantasy, yet I refuse to give up. I refuse to give up because my dream of buying a house means far more than owning a piece of land. It means living in the city that I love. This mandate may be seen as an encroachment by the state, forcing cities to expand, but I see an opportunity. We can build the new homes of Thousand Oaks with the same care, resolve, and patience as we always have. When housing is attainable for new families and college graduates, we foster an environment that attracts dedicated citizens, an environment where kids grow up eager to give back to their community. It all starts with a place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Avi. Brett Fornatoro, followed by Patricia Booker.
Esteemed members of the City Council, I am Brett Fornatoro. I attend Moore Park College just like my friend, and I study political science as well. I've been a member of the Thousand Oaks community since birth. I come before you today to address the unbelievable frequency of dead animals lining the roads of our community. This has been a deep concern of mine and many others for years. My brother, who was also born and raised within this great community, had moved away to attend college. His first return back to Thousand Oaks, the first comment he made to me was in regards to the frequency of these dead animals. Guests that I've had come from out of town have made similar comments, and every time it has reflected poorly on the city. Whether it be a squirrel, a raccoon, or a rabbit, it is more often than a daily occurrence to be presented with their lifeless remains. I call on the City Council members to line the roads with fences and other animal deterrents to keep our wildlife safe and our roads clean. Thank you.
Thank you. And Patricia.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm here because of Chief Hagel. I mean, when I first met Chief Hagel, I was at a coffee, and my trust in police officers was none. Because 1991 changed that for me, and Chase was fired then. And when Rodney King was beaten, that changed my trust in police officers altogether. So when Chase said, you need to go to a coffee, meet the chief. Went to the coffee, met the chief, met him several times after. He's a good person, and I will always trust him. Chase was never allowed to walk or go anywhere without an adult with him. But after I met the chief of police, I put all my trust in him, and I saw the officers that came under him. They were rough around the edges. They blossomed and changed under the chief of police. I mean, Chase and we're very fond of him. We will always be. When I found out he was retiring, I woke up, Chase was on, the chief of police is retiring. I didn't want you to go on Twitter and read it. I immediately started crying. So I love Chief Hagel. Chase loves Chief Hagel. And he will forever be in our hearts.
Thank you for those remarks. Thank you. All right, that will finish our public comments. Let us go on to the consent calendar. Anything to be pulled? If not, looking for a motion. And Mayor Pro Tem Bill de la Pena.
Move approval of the consent calendar.
All right. The vote, please.
Who made the motion? The motion carries 5-0, and I have several titles. An ordinance adjusting and setting rates, fees, and discharge limits of City Wastewater Division uncodified. Ordinance number 1670 NS. An ordinance adjusting and setting rates and fees for City Water Division uncodified. Ordinance number 1671 NS. An ordinance amending sections 10-2.902 and 10-2.909 of the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code of the City of Thousand Oaks regarding administrative principles governing the city's water system. Ordinance number 1672 NS. An ordinance amending Thousand Oaks Municipal Code, Title 5, Chapter 29, Sections 5-29.08A, 5-29.08B, 5-29.12A, 5-29.12D1, 5-29.24, 5-29.34A2, 5-29.34A3, and 5-29.34B regarding allowing number of cannabis dispensaries and testing laboratories in the city, delivery of cannabis, appointment requirement, and hours of operation for all cannabis businesses in Thousand Oaks, MCA 2019-70879, Ordinance 1673 NS, an ordinance amending the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code relating to official zoning by changing the zoning classification of 5 parcels located at 901 Page Lane and 835 Combs Avenue, zone change Z 2019-70298. The applicant is Caneo Recreation and Park District, ordinance number 1674 NS. And finally, ordinance pre-zoning 2 separate properties, one at the west side of South Ventura Park Road, at the terminus of Pepper Road, APN 67301103110, and the other on the east side of Edward Road, approximately 350 feet north of Kathleen Drive, APN 673012070, prior to annexation, Z 2019-70199, and the applicants are Dan Driscoll and Bill Vlachos, and that's ordinance number 1675 NS.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Very good. All right, we're going to go to our first public hearing, and you're up again, Ms. Rodriguez, if you'd announce that, please.
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 8A regarding municipal code amendment, electrical vehicle charging stations, MCA 2019-70991. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding this public hearing. And Mayor, at this time, we do not have any public speakers.
All right, thank you. Our Deputy Community Development Director, Mr. Kelvin Parker, will present this report. Good evening, Kelvin.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you. This item is to consider an MCA regarding enhanced language for electrical vehicle charging stations. The original ordinance was adopted by City Council in 2017. It established standards for electrical vehicle charging stations in general. The state has identified Ventura County as a priority area to increase usage of electrical vehicles. As such, they specified target goals for installations of vehicle charging stations on a countywide basis to promote use and availability. Part of those goals include a target of roughly 1,300 level 2 chargers, as well as 48 DC chargers to be implemented countywide. The state has made grant money available in order to meet this goal, but in order to do that, at least a minimum of 50% of the cities within the county must comply fully with the state mandates that they placed on vehicle charging stations. That is resulted in this item coming before the council here this evening. The amendment adds language to existing state law to further clarify what they would like to see in regards to these charging stations. It establishes permit issuance guidelines for applications to establish the standards, as well as prohibited conditioning permits that have previously been approved by Homeowners Association. If approved by council, staff will follow up with improvements to streamline the process and do things such as clarify the checklist related to the charging stations. Staff recommends that City Council introduce this ordinance as read by the city clerk. Available for questions this evening is myself and our interim building official, Jeff Ware. That concludes staff's presentation. We'll be happy to entertain any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Questions for Mr. Parker or Mr. Ware? All right, seeing none, then I am going to close the hearing and ask for either discussion and/or motion. Councilmember Engler?
Yes, Mayor, I would move that we accept the ordinance as presented.
All right, thank you. Any comments to the motion? I will just say that this is a good opportunity for the city. As I understand it, the county will be receiving about $6 million. First come, first served basis. I hope we'll be the first come to get the first served, so we get some more electrical vehicle charging stations. It's a good way to go. All right, let's bring that to a vote, please.
The motion carries 5-0, and your ordinance title is an ordinance amending Section 8-1.26 of the Municipal Code of the City of Thousand Oaks regarding electrical vehicle charging stations, MCA 2019-70991.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. And let us move on to our second public hearing. If you would announce that as well, please.
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider Agenda Item 8B regarding revised solid waste recycling and disposal ordinance. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding this public hearing, and we do not have any public speakers.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Rod Cordova will give us the report. Good evening, Rod.
Good evening, Mayor Adam, members of the council. My name is Rod Cordova. I'm an assistant analyst in the Sustainability Division of Public Works, and I'm joined on the dais this evening by Helen Cox, Sustainability Division Manager, to present the revised ordinance governing the solid waste disposal in the city. I'd like to state that this ordinance governs the structure and requirements of how waste is handled in the city and is separate from the franchise hauler agreement, which will be addressed in the next council meeting. The city's current solid waste, green waste, and recyclable materials municipal code was last amended in 2010. Since then, California has adopted additional legislation related to waste recycling and disposal. These include the mandates shown here. The proposed ordinance revisions will address the requirements of these newer mandates, as well as update language and clarify the roles of exclusive and non-exclusive franchises and commercial recyclers. Throughout the ordinance, the term green waste is replaced by organic waste, which includes both landscaping or yard waste and food waste. The term limited franchise replaces the term non-exclusive franchise throughout to better describe its role in the temporary collection of waste using roll-off bins and dumpsters. A provision has been added to allow businesses to explore other means for recycling materials that the exclusive franchise is unable to recycle. Currently, businesses are not permitted to pay for such service. In addition, the hours for placing residential carts at the curb have been expanded. Per California law, businesses that generate more than 4 cubic yards of total waste per week are required to separate recyclables and organics for collection and recycling, and shall not dispose of them in the trash. Also, businesses who do not subscribe to recycling and organic service through the city's commercial waste hauler may utilize alternate methods, but shall complete and submit a compliance documentation with the city annually. The recommendation is to adopt the revised solid waste, organic waste, and recyclable materials ordinance as written. Thank you, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cordova. Questions for our staff member? All right, seeing none, and we don't have any public comments, then I am going to close this public hearing as well and ask for discussion and/or a motion. My speaker list may not be working, so you'll have to get my attention the old-fashioned way. Mayor Pro Tem Bill LaPena, would you care to make a motion? Or Councilmember
Thank you.
Engler?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I would also move that we adopt this ordinance to comply with the state law.
All right, thank you very much. Motion on the floor. Can we have a vote, please?
The motion carries 5-0, and I have an ordinance title for you. That's an ordinance amending the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code, repealing in its entirety Chapter 2 to Title 6 and adding Chapter 2 to Title 6, adopting regulations for solid waste, organic waste, and recyclable materials collections, processing, and disposal.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. And let us move on to our third public hearing. If you would announce that as well, please.
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider Agenda Item 8C regarding appeal of Planning Commission decision, a proposed wireless communications facility, SUP 2014-70291, LTP 2015-70174. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding this public hearing. All documents for City Council and the official city record should be presented to the City Clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. 34 individuals have presented speaker cards, and pursuant to Council standards, each speaker will have 2 minutes, and we will have a display indicating how much time is remaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Stephen Kearns, our Planning Division Manager, will present the report to us this evening. Good evening, Steve.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Adam. Good evening, members of the City Council, those in attendance. As mentioned before you this evening is appeal of a Planning Commission decision which approved the installation of a wireless communications facility at an existing water tank in the North Ranch neighborhood, as well as for the encroachment within the protected zone of 3 California sycamore trees. Shown here is the general vicinity of the subject site. It is depicted by the red asterisk. To the west is Westlake Boulevard. To the north is shown is Canaan Road. And to the east is Lindero Canyon Road. The subject site is immediately adjacent to Sunny Hill Street. Shown in this image is an aerial perspective of the water tank facility site. It is a 2.5 acre site. It has improved with an existing water tank, an equipment enclosure, as well as a wrought iron fencing around the perimeter of the water tank. As you can see from the image, it is surrounded by single-family residential homes with another water tank further to the west, about 180 feet lower than the subject site. And to the northwest across Sunny Hill Street is the appellant's property shown here. This is a photograph of the site. As you can see from this image, the water tank is predominantly subterranean. So installing antennas along the face of the water tank is not feasible in this situation. So in the foreground is existing wrought iron fence which surrounds the property. The proposal involves incorporating antenna sectors within this existing fence, and in this general location is a north sector that is being proposed. It's another vantage point of the existing facility. This is looking southeast to the site. And again, another vantage point looking through the site, looking northeast. In the backdrop are a couple trees adjacent to where the north sector panels would be located. On August 26th of last year, the Planning Commission approved this project subject to certain conditions. Subsequently, the appellant submitted an appeal of that decision, which is before you this evening. The appellant owns a home to the northwest of the subject site, which is about 180 feet and about 40 feet lower than the nearest antenna sector located in the northerly portion of the fencing. This image is the proposed site plan with the installation of the antennas and related equipment. The antenna sectors will be in 3 different locations: a north section shown here, a southwesterly section shown in this area, and a southeasterly section shown in this general area. In front of each one of the sectors will be RF protective fencing, and related equipment and an emergency backup generator will be located in this area. And of course, the emergency backup generators in case the site loses power, and the site will be able to operate during a hazard such as a wildfire. This request also involves encroachment within the protected zone of 3 sycamore trees, which are shown in the upper portion of the image for proposed utilities, as well as additional landscaping. This is an elevation of the proposed sector for the southeast sector. It is similar to the southwest sector. As shown, you can see the existing fence to the tip of the wrought iron is 8 feet. That then transitions to a new 10-foot section, up to a 12-foot high section, and ultimately to a 14-foot high center section. To the front of the antennas is the RF screening, which is shown here in the grayed out portion of the image. This is an elevation of the proposed north sector. This image is shown without existing trees. There's an Aleppo pine in this area here, which will remain, but is not shown for clarity of the image. This, again, transitions from the existing fence at 8 feet to 10 to 12, and ultimately to a 14-foot high section. This also has the RF protective screening to the front, and to the right portion of the image is existing equipment vault, which was used to house equipment related to the water tank, but that has since been removed. This picture shows the northerly sector proposed for this water tank site. Behind the tree is existing fencing where the north sector would be located. This is the southeast sector looking northwest of the site. This photo simulation shows the approximate appearance of the proposed installation. Again, another photo simulation showing the approximate appearance looking southeast of the site. This is the southwest sector. To the left part of the image is where the proposed equipment will be located, and you can see through this image it's concealed by the existing vegetation. And another photo simulation showing the approximate depiction of the southwest sector looking from down below from Heritage Place. As mentioned earlier, this site is located within a predominantly single-family residential neighborhood. These blue lines depict the proximity to adjacent homes. The southeasterly sector is about 90 feet from the closest home. The north sector is about 130 feet from the closest home and about 180 feet from the appellant's home. And from the southwesterly sector, it's about 400 feet from the home on Heritage Place. As part of evaluating wireless facilities, staff utilizes Resolution 97-197, which requires an alternate site analysis that be performed. This is determined that if any alternate sites do exist within the vicinity. This resolution guides staff to also encourage the installation on existing structures such as utility poles, light standards, flagpoles, Edison utility poles, commercial buildings, water tanks, and the like. In this case, the subject area has limited alternatives. There were 2 alternative sites shown to the Planning Commission. One was a street light. This was eliminated due to the lack of space to accommodate the related equipment, as well as the number of panels and the backup generator. There was also a faux barn structure contemplated at a single-family residential property, but the property owner did not express interest in having that structure built on his property. Therefore, that site was eliminated. Subsequently, the applicant identified and rolled out 4 additional sites, which was provided in a letter submitted to the City Council, dated December 2nd, 2019. However, it's important to note that staff had determined that the original alternate site analysis was sufficient per the Wireless Communications Resolution 97-197. This image depicts the alternate sites explored by the applicant. The red dot indicates the proposed site. Down to the bottom right portion of the image is the location of the faux barn that was eliminated due to lack of interest from the property owner. The 1099 Vista Ridge location is the location of the street light that was eliminated due to lack of sufficient area for the equipment. And these are the two areas that were presented to the Planning Commission. Subsequently, additional sites were analyzed, including the North Ranch Community Center, shown here at the 1400 North Westlake Boulevard location. That was eliminated due to its low elevation and lack of coverage to the desired coverage area. And then the property at 4761 Valley Spring, that is the North Ranch Country Club, and they did not want the installation on their property. And the two remaining sites are two sites that were brought to the Planning Commission's attention by the appellant, requested an alternate site analysis, which the applicant performed. The 2865 Allison Street is an existing water tank. This site was eliminated since it's in close proximity to an existing Verizon wireless site located just to the northwest of this location. And then a water tank at Collingswood, which was also eliminated due to its proximity and intervening hillsides, which prevent coverage to the desired coverage area. In considering the appeal, the applicant submitted, or the appellant submitted 9 points of appeal, and these were all, some were similar in nature, so we were able to lump these into 6 general topics. The first being aesthetics. The appellant states that fences cannot exceed 6 feet in height, and that is actually not the case. Our Thousand Oaks Municipal Code allows for fences and walls to exceed 6 feet if they're not located on or along the side or rear property line. The limitation to 6 feet is for those locations on or along a side or rear property line. In this case, the accessory structure has been incorporated with the existing fencing, which is 8 feet high, and is limited to a maximum height of 15 feet. As we mentioned earlier, the maximum height of the fencing is 14 feet to the center portion of the sectors. The Resolution 97-197, again, which is a guiding document for wireless facilities, requires that the installation is in the least as intrusive manner, and in this case, the fencing is gradually increased at areas of the sectors to act as an integral part of the existing fencing. Now, this occurs for about 13% of the overall perimeter fencing for the water tank site in 3 separate locations. The resolution also considers silhouetting on the ridgeline. In this case, there's no silhouetting since the fencing and the new antenna arrays are being incorporated with the existing fencing on the site, and it is open design, so it does not block the entire skyline beyond it. There's a statement in the appeal grounds that proximity to the homes causes visual intrusion. In the resolution, there is no proximity or minimum distance between antenna installations from nearby residences. And in many cases, wireless antennas are located in close proximity to single-family residences throughout the city. Other installations have been approved at multiple water tank facilities throughout the city. And as part of the Planning Commission decision to approve the installation, they required installation of landscaping below the southeast and southwest sector to provide a visual barrier between the downslope properties and the antenna installations. The resolution also requires viewshed impact studies. There are several methods to achieve this viewshed impact study analysis. One of which is provide photo simulations, which is what staff used and determined to be adequate in evaluating this location. So a mock-up was not required for this proposal. The second topic related to trees, a statement that tree encroachment is incompatible with the neighborhood. Staff has evaluated, along with staff's tree consultant, the proposed installation of the facility. The primary effect or impact on the trees is the trench to accommodate the conduit for the facilities, and it occurs within 3 sycamore trees. This was evaluated, and the work methods prepared by the applicant's consultant satisfy the intent of the sycamore tree protection guidelines, and conditions have been imposed to require monitoring and work methods to prevent any tree damage. It should be noted that requests for tree encroachments have been approved in many locations throughout the city through the appropriate permitting process. And in this case, there are no trees being removed or requested for removal as part of this project. This image represents the existing site. The impact or the trenching for the facility is located at the upper part of the driveway, going down through this driveway site, and begins encroaching within the drip line of the California sycamore trees right around this green sector. And it returns and connects into the existing telecommunication lines in Sunny Hill Street. So shown here are the 3 California sycamore trees, one on the right-hand side of the driveway, shown here, and 2 others on the left-hand side of the driveway, shown here and as well as here. The third ground for appeals related to the environmental analysis that was performed. Statement that environmental impact report should be prepared. The California Environmental Quality Act provides statutory exemptions from preparing an environmental document as well as categorical exemptions, and staff had evaluated this project and determined that it qualifies under 2 categorical exemptions, one being a Class 1 exemption, which is minor alteration to existing fencing and equipment enclosure, as a Class 1 exemption. The second is a Class 4 exemption, which involves grading, trenching, backfilling, landscape modifications to existing facilities, and therefore does not require an environmental document based on that exemption. The use of a categorical exemption has 6 exceptions to the use of these exemptions. Staff had evaluated the 6 exceptions, and none of them apply, so therefore the use of the exemption is appropriate. And this is consistent with city practice for at least the past 15 years. There was a statement that NEPA applies, and this project is not subject to NEPA. It's not a federally funded project, nor on federal lands. The fourth topic is the alternate site analysis. The appellant identified additional sites, which I discussed in previous slide regarding the 2 water tank facilities. Staff had determined that the original alternative site analysis was sufficient and complied with the Resolution 97-197. The applicant eliminated the additional sites for technical reasons, that the proposed sites or the alternate sites would not meet their coverage needs. There is reference to Resolution 2019-005 for small antenna locations, and this is not a small cell site. This is a macro site which falls under the guidelines prescribed in Resolution 97-197. Therefore, that resolution is not applicable. There was a statement that antennas are not the least intrusive means. Staff had evaluated this installation. We looked at several design alternatives and ended up on this design because it was integrated with the existing fencing located on the site. It transitions in 3 different sectors as a gradual transition, and does not involve the installation of a tree, a monopole, or other installation that would be a more vertical element and more difficult to blend with this water tank facility site.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I'm Dr. Jonathan Kramer. I'll take the next couple of slides.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Kramer.
The appellant has indicated that 12 antennas are not necessary and that there is no significant gap in coverage. The staff response is that the applicant has indicated in its application that there is a significant gap and that this site is necessary to close that gap. They've provided coverage maps, which we'll look at in a moment, and that the application is being processed on federal grounds, and under federal regulations, we are not able to control their technology. So the number of antennas they propose is out of our purview. We're in the aesthetics business of looking at what the site design is all about. The next slide, Verizon has indicated through their coverage map. Okay, we've got it up, great. The existing coverage, which is the coverage shown on the left-hand side of your screen, and the coverage that would be afforded by the site if permitted, that's on the right-hand side. When we're doing our reviews, we're also looking at consistency with this type of map versus the equipment to be installed, and this is consistent with the equipment that's being proposed. As for the significant gap itself, it's important to know that there is no federal standard as to what constitutes a significant gap. In fact, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has said that a significant gap belies a bright line test. Therefore, our application requires the applicant, as they did, to certify that this information is true and correct. They did that, and that we accept that because it is certified by them under that standard. Our job then turns to be the second prong of the Ninth Circuit test, which, if there's a significant gap, then it turns to what is the least intrusive means to close the gap. Another grounds for appeal by the appellant is that an approval would be inconsistent with ADA and a violation of the Fair Housing Act. The ADA does not control here, and the reason is that under the ADA, there's an exclusion that says essentially if application of the ADA would cause a violation of a different federal rule, then the ADA is not applicable. Here, the telecommunications of 1996 came after the ADA, and Congress did not carve out ADA in the 1996 Telecom Act. Therefore, the exclusion under the ADA applies. As for the Fair Housing Act, it's simply not triggered by this project.
And I will conclude the presentation. In conclusion, staff has analyzed the proposed site and finds it to be appropriate for a wireless facility. The project design is consistent with the city's design standards and guidelines for wireless communications facilities, Resolution 97-197. That the project, as conditioned, complies with FCC RF emission standards, and that the appropriate landmark tree permit application, work methods, and work monitoring conditions have been imposed consistent with municipal code requirements. Therefore, staff is recommending that City Council adopt a resolution denying the appeal of SUP 2014-70291 and landmark tree permit LTP 2015-70174, thereby upholding the Planning Commission decision to approve the project based on the findings and subject to the conditions contained in the resolution attached to your staff report, attachment number 7. And this concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions. At the dais with me tonight is Dr. Kramer, Community Development Director Mark Town, and Deputy Community Development Director Kelvin Parker. We're all available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns. Appreciate the report. And let us go to council questions. First, we're going to start with Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Bilda La Pena.
Thank you, Mayor Adam. This question is for Dr. Kramer. Dr. Kramer, the Verizon Corporation has had issues with propagation maps in the past. And how certain are you that the propagation map before us tonight is accurate?
Mayor Pro Tem, we look at the maps, as I indicated, with an assumption that an applicant is not making a material misrepresentation to the city. And we also look at it in the context of what they're proposing equipment-wise, and those two align. I'm aware of some claims like from Boy Genius Wonder website and others that say that Verizon's maps may not be accurate. These are computer projections of the existing and proposed coverage. This is a fairly common way in the way that essentially the city has accepted these types of maps in the past. So this is consistent with our past project. I feel comfortable that the maps are reasonable representations of the issue, of the significant gap that Verizon is claiming. It's important to remember here that Verizon, like most wireless companies, operates on multiple bands. Each of them is licensed by the Federal Communications Commission. So even though someone might have a good Verizon signal at their home or in the area, that's on the particular band that their phone is operating on at the time. And what we are seeing is Verizon and AT&T especially are expanding to new bands of service. So whether there's a significant gap is a question of technology. And this is one of the reasons why the courts tell us that there is no bright line test. But what we do know is that Verizon is coming in to propose a site that's going to cost multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars to build. So there's also an assumption that they wouldn't needlessly spend the money to serve an area that they're already adequately serving.
Thank you. I'm referring to news reports. I believe I heard it on NPR. There were issues in a different state. Have you caught mistakes in maps before in
Yes.
applications?
Yes.
You have locally
Yes.
or elsewhere?
We've caught them here and in other jurisdictions, and those errors don't get up to the Planning Commission or the City Council level because they get corrected during the staff review period.
And you did not find any errors in this particular application?
There was nothing in the coverage maps that gave me pause that this would be an error, that there would be a material error in here. Again, these are computer projections, so there's going to be a little bit of wiggle room, but not a significant variance.
Thank you, Dr. Kramer. I have a question for staff, and that is, you mentioned that there are other residents in the city of Thousand Oaks which are under 100 feet from antennas. What other locations in the city do we have?
Bear with me for 1 minute. We've identified 10 sites within 150 feet. There's a site on 1554 Arbalest, which is 100 feet from residential. 1256 Erbs Road, which is 100 feet from residential. 1627 Grissom Street, which is 50 feet from residential. 4015 North Moore Park Road, 75 feet. And 1586 Pedersen Road, which is about 100 feet from residential.
Okay, thank you for that information.
These are just a sample size.
That's just a sample, okay. Now, I've heard, and I'm not sure if it's true, that other wireless carriers don't have any issue with coverage or capacity in the North Ranch area. Would it be possible for Verizon to co-locate with other carriers?
Mayor Pro Tem, the wireless industry does co-locate when it is available and when it makes sense technologically. In this case, Verizon has not chosen to do that. We cannot force them to co-locate on another site for a variety of legal reasons, but the issue of the adequacy of other carriers' service in this area is not a defined or a known fact. For example, arguments that Sprint has great coverage and they're satisfied, we don't know that from Sprint. They could come in tomorrow with an application for wherever their cell site is that serves the area to expand it. So the other thing is that the courts have made clear, and this is a Ninth Circuit Court ruling, is that when we're looking at a particular wireless carrier, we look at that carrier and not what other services provided by other wireless carriers. In other words, we look at the service provided by the applicant in front of us, not the service provided by a different carrier. That's settled law.
Now, another question I have, and it may be my last question for now, Mayor Adam. It's also settled law that cities have to comply with the 1996 Telecommunications Act, which prohibits cities from making a decision based on health or safety, as long as the applications fall within the guidelines of the FCC. And recently, I believe that various cities, including Thousand Oaks, we have urged our federal lawmakers to appeal to the FCC to review those RF emission guidelines. Can you speak to the result of that attempt?
And that is the correct process, because these are decisions that can't be made at the local level. Approximately 2 months ago, the FCC released an order that essentially closes a longstanding hearing process where the FCC reevaluated their RF technical standards. They determined that as for the types of sites we're dealing with tonight, macro cell sites, basically cell sites, that there was no change necessary in their standards. So as close as 2 months ago, those standards have been renewed. Accordingly, the standard that we applied at the city to determine how this site could come into compliance with the FCC rules was correct when we did it, and is still correct now that the FCC has revisited and acted on its inquiry about RF safety standards.
Thank you.
Councilmember Engler.
Thank you. And again, this is a question for Dr. Kramer. Verizon has indicated, and I think we have some people who also have indicated that there's poor service in that area. I think my question, though, is in terms of what we as a city can do to help direct Verizon to another location, do they determine by their application through the FCC where they need it, or can we direct them in other areas?
Council member, Verizon and the other wireless companies don't apply to the FCC for cell sites. The only time that anything goes to the FCC is when a cell site is close to the edge of their licensed area. This is not the case in Thousand Oaks. As for the process at the city, I can tell you, having been involved in it over the past, well, essentially since wireless came to Thousand Oaks, cellular wireless came to Thousand Oaks, is that we engage in an interactive process with the applicants. They will often contact staff and say, we're thinking about a site in this area. What do you think is going to be feasible? So that process of helping them to find locations is one that actually has gone on for better part of 2 decades. That said, we're not able at the city to tell a property owner that they must allow a wireless facility to be put on their property. That's not within our authority. So the rest of the answer essentially is that it's fairly common for an applicant to come to the city and say, where do you think that this could go in this area? And staff always works with the applicants in that respect.
All right. Any further questions? Mr. Jones.
Let me get that clear. Did you say that this council cannot take any health concerns into consideration?
The federal law on point is that we are allowed to determine whether a proposed project will comply with the FCC rules. And if the answer is yes, that is the end of a local government's exploration of the subject. If the answer is yes, that ends our exploration. To go beyond that, we're not allowed to adopt our own standards. We're not even allowed to adopt the FCC standards as our own. This is an area that is subject to field preemption by the Congress, that they vested that field preemption with the FCC to establish these rules. So our authority is very narrowly defined. Now, that said, the City of Thousand Oaks has consistently evaluated wireless projects for compliance with the rules. And in fact, in some cases, for example, tonight, where there are reasons to want to do an additional evaluation, we've proposed as a condition tonight to do post-construction testing to make sure that the proposed safety barriers are placed in the right location. That is more than virtually every other jurisdiction does. So we take that authority to its furthest level within the bounds of federal and actually it's also in state law.
Do you know the process that was used by the FCC to determine health standards and what is permissible and healthy and what is unhealthy, if I'm using the correct terminology?
Well, I think the better, healthy and unhealthy is really not good terminology here. We at local governments look at compliance. Now, in answer to your question, in 1997, when the FCC adopted the standards that they have reaffirmed a couple of months ago, they went, let me frame this by saying, I co-authored the FCC's National Guide to Local Governments on the rules back when they were originally put out. So I do have some knowledge about how these rules came about. And essentially, the FCC went out to radiological health organizations. They looked at standards in other countries. They consulted with the wireless industry, which would be subject to these rules. They looked at other standards within the government and essentially came up with what they felt was the appropriate standards for the United States at that time. And those standards have just recently been reaffirmed, so they are current standards. But the standards were not created by the wireless industry, nor were they created by the government. They were created by an inquiry about what's happening around the world, what the wireless technology, the wireless radiological health experts had to say, the military. So that's how these rules were originally developed.
As a result of their inquiry, who was it that did the work, the analysis, the study to determine what is safe and what is not safe?
Well, the FCC did its basic research, consulting with other agencies, and then its experts in-house came up with the standard. The standard, by the way, is set at roughly 2% of the level where you could actually measure a physiological change because of exposure to radio frequency. So there's a 50 times margin built into the FCC rules. But that was done internally at the FCC in consultation with the experts that I've described.
Well, if this started in 96, has nothing changed since 1996 as far as the equipment itself is concerned that might warrant having further study and further standards or modification of standards?
And that's exactly what the FCC just concluded. They did that inquiry, but basically you're still dealing with radio waves and power levels and frequencies. Those power levels and frequencies are the principal two components. Now, the way you modulate the signal, I don't want to get into a deep dive on technology here, but the way that the signal is manipulated is one element. But I will tell you that the FCC standards are based on not averages, but essentially 100% duty cycle. In other words, full continuous wave exposure. So it's a worst case rule. Has the technology changed since 97? Yes. We've gone through multiple generations of wireless facilities. Have the basic physics of radio frequency transmission and its impacts in the environment changed? No.
Well, it just seems strange to me that what applied in 96 would be, completely up to date. Now, these waves, just one more question. I don't mean to prolong this, Mr. Mayor. these radio waves, if they did have a harmful effect, what would be the nature of that? Have you explored that area?
Well, I will tell you what the effect of the radio waves is, and as for harm, that's a different subject altogether, because what we, again, at local government, we're restricted to looking at compliance issues. The effect of radio waves at differing frequencies, the primary effect on the human body is heating, a rise in temperature of the human body through exposure to radio waves. Again, the FCC has set its standards back in '97 and reaffirmed them now to essentially provide a 50-times safety margin between the maximum a person can be exposed to without knowing that they're being exposed, in other words, members of the general population, and that point where you can measure a physiological change. There are people that talk about non-thermal effects of RF. It's outside of our purview to consider those because they're not part of the FCC regulations. In fact, the FCC regulations, or the inquiry that just was completed, looked at that issue, and the FCC declined to take that into consideration.
So it's your conclusion that this is an exact science. Is that correct? And it can make exact conclusions that are verifiable as laws of physics or other chemistries or other laws?
Compliance with the FCC rules is a measurable test. And in fact, we do that first on the paper side because the site isn't built, you can't measure it.
No, I just meant in general, the effect of these waves.
Yeah.
And if there's a safe distance or an unsafe distance from the site or so forth.
The FCC tells us at what point the public can be around a cell site with no controls whatsoever. The project tonight is conditioned to make sure that that distance is based on the actual transmissions, not just relying on the calculations that Verizon has proposed. So that's why we go to that second step. Is it an exact science? Nothing in nature is exact, which is why we do the due diligence that we're proposing tonight.
Well, I don't want to belabor this, Mr. Mayor, but I would just say that there seems to be a difference of opinion on this matter. Thank you. That was not an applause statement.
All right, thank you. Councilmember McCoy?
Dr. Kramer, what's the purpose for the RF protection fencing if this is safe?
The FCC has told us, as part of its body of regulations and the information it provides, that to an extent that a cell site in the immediate area around the cell site exceeds the general population limit, that one of the ways to demonstrate compliance is to restrict access to that area. That is what Verizon has proposed tonight. That is one of the primary ways that a wireless company, they basically close off the area to public access in front of the antennas that exceeds the general population limit. In other words, that 2% of the point where you can measure a physiological change. And we've proposed that in this project tonight.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Adam. Grounds for appeal, topic number 3 mentions CEQA or site CEQA. Do we have any similar applications in the city of Thousand Oaks which were actually affected by CEQA and needed to be evaluated as a result?
The applications that have come before the city have been evaluated for CEQA. All applications are, anything that's a project. In this case, and in many cases for the past 15 years, wireless facilities have been exempt under one of the categorical exemptions. Typically the Class 1 or the Class 4 exemptions have been used.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel, thank you, staff. And we are going to go to the appellant and the applicant. Each group gets 15 minutes, but before we do, you may have noticed a little activity behind the dais here. It turns out that our timing system is down, so we are going to go with a manual timing system, and our city clerk will demonstrate how that's going to work.
Thank you, Mayor. So as we are working through our technical issues with our speaker timer, as you mentioned, we will be using our iPad timer that we have here for the speakers to see, and Chrissy's going to show the speakers and the council what the timer looks like. And so each speaker will have 2 minutes, and the timer will count down. We do have a marker here for the speaker will be notified at 1 minute interval with the sign 30 seconds. And then when their time has ended, a red card will come up indicating that their time has concluded.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Let us go to our appellant first. That would be Dr. Gregory Chichayan, and I believe Harry Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem and members of your council. This has been a surprising experience for me because my undergraduate work was in public administration. So I thought I would end up where Mr. Powers is now, but my life took a different turn because of someone who's well known in politics, and I never got back to that. But to see what has been accomplished here from the 70s thinking that I was brought up in city planning, it's just been a marvelous thing to see. You got a lot of great stuff to preserve. I don't like that some of what I say next is kind of manipulative in the sense that it follows from that theme, so I want to say that that's just a true statement. It's a great thing that you've accomplished here. One of the things I'd like to point out is that there's been a lot of reliance just now by Dr. Kramer over there about 97-197, and your staff person relied upon it too. The problem with that is that 97-197 explicitly subscribes the particular types of venues that it authorizes, and they're all existing public service venues of one sort or another, poles, fences, etc. What they fail to take into account is that this is a freestanding, in-the-earth, new monopole installation. And how do we know that? We know that for absolute sure because it's in their plans. Take a look. We found it there. And that's not the only place you can look. You can look, which I do want to mention, at the 113 pages of appellate document, which our appellant has now timely filed with you last week, which you got last week by email and you've gotten yesterday by hard copy. And now these are admittedly largely subsets of what was said before, but with considerable more detail, 26 separate reasons clearly showing that this file should never, ever have gone to the Planning Commission because of its vacuous absence of fundamental underlying things that should have been there, such as this statement that NEPA doesn't apply. Now, the oddest thing about that is, first, the August 9th Circuit Court of District of Columbia clearly said that NEPA does apply to every single application. That is the review letter. It just says that, okay? But more interestingly, as a far brighter man than me, Mark Sellers over there will point out that the NEPA rules...
Are you sure of that?
Quite sure. That the NEPA rules specifically were adopted by the FCC itself on December 5th, which Mr. Sellers has brought out, which is in his letter, which is attached to our materials. So this idea that's been foisted upon you here by this foister that the NEPA rule for review doesn't apply is just simply outright false. Secondly, there's another NEPA rule, and that is when it's a big, powerful antenna, big, which it is, and over 1,000 watts, which it way is, then another section of NEPA applies, which is in here, which requires the city to do an environmental review. It does not allow Tinker Toys over here to make up whatever he wants, okay? It's just not the way it is. Now, there's also the failure to form FCC Form 854, which we have mentioned. There is the NEPA review letter, which is absent. There is the required environmental assessment, which is absent. Now, about the 1996 Act, and you questioned, Madam Pro Tem, that did it prohibit remarks based on health? No. What you're talking about is Section 704, which prohibits challenges based on the environment. Health is not mentioned. It has been stated by these applicants that, well, that must mean health, but it doesn't actually say that. So I think that's an important differential because direct physical harm is different from harming the environment. They're different phenomena, which is why the water company is looking at heavy litigation here, which is why, for example, we have here Connor Caron from Kirtland and Packard. This should be real clear about what's going to happen next if this travesty is allowed to go forward, because it's not going to stop here. And the funny thing is I don't like talking like that. What I want to talk about is the things that we can absolutely agree on. And the things we can absolutely agree on are that this file was never far enough along to have gone to the Planning Commission. And where could we start looking at that? We could look at the application itself. The application states upon it that it is a corporation, which Pro Tem says, in fact, Verizon is. In fact, the matter, if you look at Verizon Incorporated, it's like 584 corporations or some high number like that. Why? Because they're a franchise operation, kind of like the McDonald's wireless. They got all these subsidiaries. I've litigated this. I'm familiar with it. I know that what I just said is true, and we can prove it. So we don't know actually what corporate organization actually made this application in the first instance. But we reasonably think it's a corporation. Well, if so, then the application requires that the corporate identity be stated and the members of the board be stated. They didn't do it. Why didn't they do it? Because exactly what's going on in here. Staff favoritism that has been inculcated wherever, I'm not sure, towards this sort of installation, which has failed to take into account, if I may address the 19-year-old speaker, has failed to take into account the tinfoil hat issue. And let me not fail to address that by mentioning that the National Toxicology Program of the United States government's National Institutes of Health, when it completed its 30-month, $25 million study and so announced on May 27th, 2016, stated that yes, this radiation does cause cancer. Yes, this does cause the formation of glioma cells. Yes, this does cause the formation of schwannoma cells. And then on March 28th, 2 years later, in 2018, they added the language clear evidence, which then showed up in the report on November 2nd, 2018. So as far as the fucking tinfoil hat is concerned, it's Verizon should be watching it, not me. I mean, this is just not okay. You're talking about people dying here from a severe illness exposure from radiation. And as to the radiation issue, let's talk for just a little moment here about the non-thermal standard. Fact of the matter is that same report from the United States federal government, after $25 million in 30 months, disallowed that non-thermal standard. It's not
Excuse me. I ask you to choose your words a little more carefully, please.
I will, sir. That one shouldn't have slept.
And I mean that.
I know, but it's life and death here, too. I mean
that's fine. But regardless, we're not going to use that kind of language.
Well, I won't. I'm not being foolish enough to get an argument with you since you got the gavel. Plus which, you're right. But on the other hand, and you are right, I don't have to contest that, but when you actually look at the science, which I don't think Mr. Powers could have, because I'm sure he's a decent man. And if you look at what the federal government says, you conclude that it's carcinogenic. It's not a contest. It's a known factor. So mainly, I want to get across to you that our 115, 13, whatever it is, page document here has basically been ignored here, but it won't be ignored in court. Take a good look at it, because we're trying real hard here. We're trying to agree on things. So there's so much more to say. Mark Sellers could say so much more. I just hope you'll take a good look at our document. There is certainly there's no satisfaction here of any of the criteria that are based upon the fact that these people are going to be using some public entity utility. They're not putting it on the tank. They're not putting it on the tank fence. They're doing a new construction, but then they're deceiving you, that I can say, by pretending that it's integrated when it's not, and that has fundamental federal law implications, and they know it. Please, the best thing for you, I honestly believe this to be true for your community, is please uphold this appeal. Let them start again, because otherwise, it's very clear that there are a multiplicity of instances here where the file is just simply clearly indefinitely incomplete. The Jim Dean report points that out. It's been attached. You know, we've gone into considerable detail here. Architectural control. The permissions that were given by the water company and the permissions that were given by the Property Owners Association were clearly out of line with the requirements of those entities, which we spelled out. We showed you the requirements, we showed you how they didn't qualify, and therefore the consents are void. Look, I came down here because Dr. Gregg has become a pretty deep friend of mine, and he really wanted me here personally, and I think that there are probably other people that could have done a better job and would have been less abrasive. I'm sorry, sir, and I apologize for that one thing especially. I honestly do. As sincere as I can make myself sound and be, I'm sorry for that one slipping. But so I'm not sure that I'm the best guy here. But I'll answer any questions, and I'll debate any person, including Kramer over there or the 19-year-old young man at any time, or Verizon, because I've challenged them many times, but so far it's been no takers. That's all I've got. Here comes my client.
Okay. All right. All right, just a moment, sir. Okay, before we start, I was remiss. I want every speaker to identify themselves by name and their city of residence. And sir, I did not ask you to do that. Would you please, for the record, identify yourself and your city of residence? I hate to ask you to get back up again, but and we're going to do this for everybody.
I've been dressed more formal, but I've been in the hospital. My name is Harry Lehman. I'm a trial lawyer. I live in Novato, California. I got practice around the state.
All right, that's all we need. Thank you, Harry. All right, Dr. Chichayan.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Chichayan, yeah.
And your city of residence?
Westlake Village. I'm across from the proposed site.
All right, thank you.
Like many Americans, my father came to this country to earn higher education and seek a better life. His drive and desire to contribute to society and his community earned him his ability to obtain 2 master's degrees. This eventually earned an opportunity to work in Santa Barbara for Delco Electronics as an engineer in 1972 for 33 years. My father's work ethic and dedication provided a stable rock for me and my brother, and my mother as well. My mother lives in the same house, although my father's passed since 1972. My goal in life was to accomplish a stable home for my family. 5 years ago, we built our home. We were blessed and fortunate to afford so, and I worked every tireless day to build that home. In going through this process of building, we followed every rule by the letter of the law. This caused delays, extra expense, inconvenience. Nonetheless, I respected the rules and contributed to the community, and I worked closely with the city and the POA and the process to make it happen. I cannot understand how this application is so incomplete, and I want to demonstrate 3 topics. The first one being the north trees, the second one being RPD 75-139, and then a medical thing about synergism between gamma and microwave radiation. I test and affirm the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. I was the only resident that met the Verizon consultant on March 28th in 2018. This is the community outreach packet that he sent me. This is where he showed the north trees, the north antennas were supposed to be. At no time did he mention that any trees would be removed. This demonstrates the site plan of the area. Also in the applicant's attorney's letter dated 12/2 by Kevin Sullivan, and in 2 instances he says no trees will be removed. These are the trees that will block the north antennas. It was said by Dr. Kramer, landscaping cannot block the antennas directly at the Planning Commission. It was said by the applicant that oily trees or oily species may interfere with the signal. It's very obvious that there's 3 large 30-foot pine trees there directly blocking the antennas. The next is RPD 75-139. This was a permit issued by the City of Thousand Oaks on August 11 of 1980 for track 2778, lot 61. The conditions number 3 and 4. The masonry wall surrounding the tank shall be 7 feet. Number 4, in order to reduce the visual impact of the block wall and the other improvements, landscaping shall be installed around the entire perimeter of the property. Said landscaping should consist of, but not limited to, evergreen shrubs that will grow to a minimum of 8 feet. Furthermore, the landscaping area shall be integrated with permanent system. The direct north section is in compliance. The northeast section is void of landscaping. The entire south section of the property, in this case, is completely void of 8-foot landscaping. These towers are going to be 6 feet off the ground. The landscaping that was conditioned would cover the lower 2 feet of those antennas. There's a synergism between gamma radiation and microwave radiation. I'm a board-certified orthopedic surgeon with a valid medical license in the state of California. I have a valid certificate for the California Department of Public Health as a radiography and fluoroscopy X-ray supervisor and operator. I complete 2 hours per year of Category 1 CME related to application of X-ray to human body. I've researched and read and understand the synergistic effect between gamma radiation and microwave radiation. Adverse effects and the synergy between gamma radiation and microwave radiation are supported in the literature. As an orthopedic surgeon, I'm in X-rays every day. Because of this exposure, I have a lower threshold of microwave radiation than the general public. The proposed location of the CanalCast wireless telecommunications facility 80 feet from my home would impose serious health problems, including but not limited to headaches, sleep disturbances, and hearing impairments, which would affect my ability to practice medicine. Due to the limited amount of cumulative radiation between gamma and microwave I could tolerate, I would be unable to practice my medicine specialty, and I would be overburdened with microwave radiation exposure. The loss of my ability to practice medicine would permanently disable me, as well as financially destroy me and my family. This statement and these statements are supported by Dr. Gunnar Hauser, who is the author that provided the studies that allowed the towers to be not on fire stations.
Dr. Chichan, your time is up.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. You'll have 5 minutes rebuttal later in the hearing. All right. You will have 5 minutes rebuttal later in the hearing. Let us move on now to the applicant. We have Kevin Sullivan, representing Verizon. Mr. Sullivan, you'll have 15 minutes. 5 minutes rebuttal later in the hearing. If you'd give us your name and city of residence, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Kevin Sullivan, Carlsbad, California, representing Verizon tonight. So here's some information, an aerial view showing, again, the general location of the site right off of Sunny Hill Street. And then here is some information from the site plan, a plan view. Over on the left side over here, we see the existing equipment enclosure. Verizon is going to utilize that existing equipment enclosure for its equipment on the site. It's not going to be constructing any new equipment enclosure. In addition, here's a depiction of the three areas of the antennas, both on the north, kind of the southwest, and then the northeast side of the site. It'll be up at the top of the slope, not on the perimeter of the site. The site is over 2.5 acres large, and so Verizon's footprint of its facilities on the site are just going to be a fraction of 1% of the total acreage. In addition, the antennas are going to be 6 feet high, elevated above ground slightly. Top of antennas are going to be 12 feet high, and then there's an additional 2 feet of FRP screening up to 14 feet. In this north location here, contrary to statements, there's going to be no removal of the pine trees in that location. There is no removal of any trees as part of this application or this project. It's not on the project description, it's not on the site plan, and it will not happen. In addition, there's a reference to a 1980 approval of the entire water tank site, the 2.5 acres, and some reference to required landscaping as part of that 1980 approval. The exact language is that there's a requirement to landscape the perimeter of the property, not, again, the top of slope and the area around where Verizon's antennas are going to be integrated into the existing fence. Here's some items that you've already seen as part of the staff presentation. We'll just go through that. So here is an aerial view or a view showing the topography in the area, the approximate elevation of the water tank site is just slightly under 1,500 feet. It's 1,493. And that's important because when we get in a little bit later, we're going to be seeing in the alternative site analysis a lot of other potential opportunities. The country club there, the community center down there, they are blocked by topography from being able to propagate an appropriate coverage footprint to achieve Verizon's coverage objectives for its network. So with respect to trends in wireless in North America, the typical North American household has 13 connected or Wi-Fi or other related devices, with smartphones outnumbering tablets 6-1. More than half of American homes are wireless only with respect to their phone communications. They don't have landlines. And 90% of U.S. households use wireless service, including for access to 911 and reverse 911. 80% of all 911 calls are made from cell phones, and recently over 240 million 911 calls were made annually, again 80% of those from wireless devices. So next is an overview of Verizon's existing sites as part of its network. Over here we have the Oak Park site, there's the North Park site, we've got Thousand Oaks down there, and then we've got Lindero. The Candlecrest site that we're proposing is about right in the middle. And that's important because as part of identifying an appropriate location for another facility in a network, you've got to take a look at spacing. Facilities can't be too close to an existing wireless facility or they start interfering with themselves. The phones can't tell whether we're connecting with this facility or the other, and you end up with a situation comparable to having no coverage at all. The phone can't tell where to connect to. You get poor connection, you have drop calls, you have poor quality. So there has to be adequate spacing apart from existing sites. In addition, you don't want to be too far away because the sites have to hand off the RF signal to give continuity in the network. If you don't have this ability to hand off because sites are too far away, you end up with a coverage gap, as we have basically here in the middle of the screen. So here's, again, showing Verizon's area network with Candlecrest right in the middle. Candlecrest is both a coverage and a capacity site. So we're trying to provide coverage where there's gaps in coverage. You have materials as part of the staff presentation and package, people saying that they don't have coverage in the area. The Westlake North Property Owners Association and the people they represent have endorsed this site and support it. But this is also a capacity site where Verizon's Oak Park facility and its Thousand Oak facility are at kind of capacity in the network. They're becoming stressed in the network and not being able to operate correctly. And Candlecrest will provide stress relief for Oak Park and Thousand Oaks. All of this was described in detail as part of Attachment 3 to my December 2nd letter submitted to the city. Here's a slide that shows the existing coverage in the area, or the lack of coverage, kind of in the oval. If it's not green, then you don't have the good coverage that's in building penetration, which is the objective in Verizon's network. Also, this is a slide that shows that in the area right around Candlecrest, which is in the middle, there's no strong dominant signal in the area. This is indicative of poor coverage and of some kind of diffused capacity issues. Next is a slide that shows what the coverage will look like if Candlecrest is approved. We've got green now in significant parts of the former coverage gap area, the in-building coverage achieving Verizon's coverage objective. And here is a slide that shows, we've got three very defined sectors in the purple, green, and orange there, coming off of Candlecrest. This is providing good coverage, and it's also providing the capacity relief to some of the adjacent sites. And this slide right here shows just standalone the Candlecrest facility without any of the signal or coverage from adjacent sites. You can see the significant coverage footprint that this facility provides, in large part because of the elevation of the site. So with respect to health and the city code, as staff had described, the FCC came up with its regulations concerning RF energy. In devising those regulations, they consulted with a number of non-government agencies and also federal agencies. Part of the process in coming up with these FCC regulations on RF was input and involvement from the Environmental Protection Agency, the Food and Drug Administration, the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, and the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, just to name a few. There are also a number of organizations, not just the FCC, but also the American Cancer Society and the World Health Organization, that websites are cited in our letter, where they talk about the fact that the macro sites as proposed by Verizon do not appear to pose any health risk. Here is some issues with respect to code compliance, as the staff laid out in their presentation. The proposal from Verizon complies with all of the applicable city codes, both the letter, spirit, and intent of them. Regarding property values, which have been raised in some late and last-minute appeal materials that have been filed, more than 75% of prospective homebuyers said a good cellular connection was important to them. 83% of millennials say that cell service is the most important fact that they consider in purchasing a home. And again, 90% of U.S. households use wireless service, in large part for 911 service and capabilities. Regarding alternative sites explored, there were a total of 6 sites that Verizon looked at. There were 2 in their initial application that was discussed by staff, and that was on a potential light pole attachment at 1099 Vista Ridge. That was rejected because a macro antenna facility there with 12 antennas would have significant visual impacts, and there was also not enough space for equipment enclosure in the right-of-way. And then 4978 Summit View, the proposed faux barn facility, but we couldn't get the property owner interested. Then we had a water tank located near Verizon's existing facility at North Park. Putting a facility on that water tank is not feasible. It's located far too close to Verizon's existing operating facility, and as explained, the closeness of the facilities would cause interference between the two, and so that site was rejected on technical grounds. The North Ranch Center at the corner of Valley Spring Drive and Northwest Lake Boulevard, that's a institutional use. It still is surrounded by residential. That was a concern, but more importantly, the elevation there is only 1,115 feet. It's 378 feet lower than the proposed site at the water tank, and Verizon would not be able to get a good coverage footprint out of that site. We also took a look at North Ranch Country Club, and the elevations there are between 171 feet to 126 feet lower. We also had no interest from the country club there, but even if there was interest, there would be technical problems with topography in the area that would prevent Verizon from being able to achieve a coverage objective for their network. And then finally, there was a water tank located off of Collingswood Court. That's up at a high elevation. There's mountains behind it. That was rejected for multiple reasons because of the height And this is all explained in detail in the RF engineer letter that's attached to my December 2nd letter. But because of the height up there, Verizon would have to manipulate the antenna signal so that it didn't spray out over the entire valley and interfere with other sites. In addition, because there's no need for coverage back behind to the north of that water tank site, it's all hillside, there would only be a couple of antenna sectors, not 3, and this would also prevent Verizon from dealing with some of the capacity stress issues that it had, because you wouldn't have a full complement of antennas at that site. So that site was rejected as well for technical reasons, as explained in the RF engineer letter. That is the end of my presentation, and I'm available for any questions. We also have some technical experts and other people as part of the Verizon team that are here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. You'll have 5 minutes for rebuttal later in the hearing. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to our public speaker cards now. But before we do, I'd like to go over a couple things with you. First of all, we appreciate you all coming down here. This is your city council. This is local democracy in action. So we're glad that you're here tonight. We have 36 speakers tonight. That could take, I estimate, about an hour and a half. You'll have 2 minutes each to speak. And I'm going to call 3 people at a time. So the first person is going to come down to speak. The second and third person, if you will, take those seats in the front row. That way we can eliminate people having to, get up and down from their seats and try to keep this thing moving along. I understand this is an issue that is emotional for a lot of people, but I really implore you, let's hold the applause. If we applaud after every speaker, not only does it inhibit some other people from speaking, but it just prolongs the hearing. So please. And of course, I implore you as well to be respectful of all speakers. That's very important. The council is going to listen to everything that you have to say tonight. I have to tell you, there's some matters that the city council is prohibited by federal law from considering. As you've heard repeatedly tonight, the 1996 Federal Telecommunication Act prohibits cities from regulating a wireless facility based on RF emissions if it complies with FCC regulations. Congressman Brownlee got wind of this hearing, and she, of course, represents the federal government. She sent us a statement. Her office states that the rules as they relate to telecommunications sightings are under the auspices of the FCC. Congressman Brownlee encourages constituents to file their concerns directly with the FCC, or you may file your concerns with her office, and she will forward them to the FCC. And she goes on to state the FCC can be reached by calling 888-CALL-FCC. We have all that information on our webpage, and it's there for your taking. And finally, let me just say that please pay attention to your allotted time. You're going to see the cards here. Look up from the mic once in a while so you can see the cards. Please stop speaking at the end of 2 minutes. We have 36 people that want to speak. State your name and city of residence. That's important for the records. And most importantly, direct your comments to the city council, not to members of the audience, not to the staff. Direct them to the 5 of us. So, with that, let us get started. First of all, we're going to have Jim Duncan come down, and he will be followed by Gary Rodich and Madison Chichayan.
Mayor, City Council members, thank you for having me tonight. I would like to start by...
Name and city of residence, Mr. Duncan.
Jim Duncan. I live in Camarillo.
Thank you.
I'd like to start by attesting and affirming that the following statements are true, accurate, and with my personal knowledge. Dr. Kramer testified in the Planning Commission meeting on August 26, 2019, that all of the wireless telecommunications facility projects in the last 32 years he's reviewed for the city of all of them, this one is different than any of the other with regard to 1, design elements, and 2, FCC compliance. He stated most of the time we don't have sites like this. And what's unusual is that this is a low to the ground site and there is an unknown area in front of each sector, maybe 3, maybe 7 feet, maybe more, which will exceed the FCC regulatory exposure limit. So the proposed strategy to mitigate this measure was to, 1, build the site, do not turn the site on until you figure out the safe zone of exposure by measurement, and then enclose the zone with a fiberglass reinforced plastic fence, then turn on the site. There is a mature landscaping on the north. The required perimeter landscaping, brush clearance, and existing trees may fall within the safe zone fencing. Per Title 47, Telecommunication Part 1, Practice and Procedures, Subpart 1, Procedures Implementing the National Environmental Policy of 1967, Section 1.1307, in wireless telecommunication facilities, conditions with above the exposure limit RF exposure, ground level installations less than 10 meters, and power greater than 1,000 watts. The federal government dictates the mitigation measures and an environmental analysis as expressly required by federal law. So I've expressed no matter of concern, but solely matters of substance.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Thank you for coming down. Gary Rodich, followed by Madison Chichayan and Christine Copeland.
Hi, I'm Gary Rodich, Westlake Village, California. My home is just down the block from the proposed tower. A couple points. Dr. Kramer indicated that you can't force co-location with other cell companies. I believe that's to be inaccurate. You can constructively force it by denying Verizon's rights to build the towers here. I also believe that what was said by the Verizon representative, that the Westlake Village Homeowners Association or Property Owner Association came in and gave their blessing, saying that they had the members of the Homeowners Association's approval, is inaccurate. I live up there. I never received notice that this matter was going to be on the agenda. There was no timely notice of the meeting to me. So I had no ability to go down there and indicate to them that I was not in favor of this project by my home. I have another concern speaking to my insurance company representative because of the fuel source up there. I was told that insurability of my home will be next to impossible, making it almost impossible for me to sell my home and dramatically devaluating the value of my home. I know that doesn't make a difference to people that want cell service, but I really think it's time for the City Council to step up and kind of protect the homeowners and the city members that you represent up there. The comment about wearing the aluminum hat is just typical, where if it doesn't affect you, people don't care. And that's wrong. This project is wrong, and it shouldn't be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodich. Madison Chichayan, followed by Christine Copeland and Tommy Chichayan. Hi, Madison.
Hi, I'm Madison Chichayan, and I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, one living close to the applied for site. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. The apparent applicant, Verizon Wireless, purports a gap in coverage in the North Ranch area. However, on the Verizon website's interactive map, no gap in coverage exists for 4G LTE as of October 19th, 2018. The applicant included what are called propagation maps of the North Ranch area. These maps include both with and these maps both with and without the addition of the proposed Candlecrest site. Propagation refers to the distribution and intensities of microwave radiation transmissions by a wireless carrier in various locations. These maps are nearly impossible to decipher. Many of the areas indicated are in open space where there are no homes. Several areas are on fairways of the North Ranch Country Club. Using the Verizon-supplied propagation map on December 15th, 2019, my dad and I visited 41 locations throughout the North Ranch and Country Club Estates area where Verizon had purported a gap in coverage. We were able to make 41 successful phone calls using a Verizon phone with the cellular data turned off. We have submitted video and audio evidence in proof of no gap in coverage. In keeping with our findings, a close look at Verizon's propagation maps with and without Candlecrest reveals no difference in coverage on streets such as Valley Spring, possibly indicating fraud in the map's preparation. Here is a finding to use tonight to deny the application. There is no significant gap in coverage and no need for the proposed 12 antennas. I have expressed no matter of mere concern and other non-substantive matter, but solely matters of substance, of fact, and law. Thank you.
Thank you, Madison. Christine Copeland, followed by Tommy Chichayan and Marshall Harridan.
Good evening. My name is Christine Copeland, and I live in Westlake Village. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. Aside from the adverse visual impact of tree removal and visualization of cellular antennas...
Pull the mic over a little bit towards you there. There you go.
Better?
Better.
Okay. Visualization of cellular antenna in a residential neighborhood. The fear of the emitted radiation for those same antennas could decrease the home value by 20%. Quoting from the Appraisal Journal, the industry's leading publication, the impact of cell phone towers on house prices in residential neighborhoods, which was published in the Appraisal Journal in 2006, found that buyers would pay as much as 20% less for a property near a cell tower or antenna. The Appraisal Institute is the largest global professional organization for appraisers. An overwhelming 94% of home buyers and renters surveyed by the National Institute for Science, Law, and Public Policy say they are less interested and would pay less for a property located near a cell tower or antenna. Beyond the obvious aesthetic detriment this tower can bring to home values, the ability to get insurance becomes a very real issue as well. The Standard Accord 80 homeowners insurance application form is used for the underwriting home insurance. On that form, it states that living less than 300 feet from a non-residential property requires disclosure. Diesel is considered a hazardous material. Disclosure to the underwriter must occur that the said non-residential property is storing hazardous materials. Hazards such as diesel fuel often renders homes uninsurable. Since the home's rebuild cost exceeds the California Fair Plan's $1.5 million coverage cap, making that coverage option unavailable, and they would not have access to California Fair Plan. They would have to self-insure. The comparable properties in the North Ranch community range from $4 to $7 million. In fact, a recent home sold for $7 million. Given the values represented, this clearly penalizes homeowners both from a value as well as the burden to self-insure.
Christine, your time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tommy Chichayan, followed by Marshall Harridan and Ben Copeland. Good evening.
Hello, council members. My name is Tommy Chichayan. I live at 4571 Sunny Hill Street with my 3 daughters and my husband, Greg Chichayan. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. The design of the proposed antenna farm is an outlier, unlike any other wireless telecommunication facility permitted at a water tank site in Thousand Oaks. There are 3 factors with which to compare local proposals. Number 1, vertical offset, the antenna's distance off the ground. Number 2, the horizontal offset, the antenna's distance from occupied structures. Number 3, maximum effective radiated power output, the cumulative power in watts transmitted from the antennas. Please see the chart. The Candle Crest proposal is number 1, the closest to the ground, 24 feet, and number 2, the closest to residential structures with the highest point, 12,330 watts of any water tank approved site, 90 feet from a residential structure. This site is constrained by the competing views and ridgeline laws, producing a very unusual ground level antenna farm unlike any other in Thousand Oaks. In a peer-reviewed study by Ya Chu and others, the research looked at the radiation that cell towers emit and states a safety zone is needed around the towers to ensure safe sleeping areas. The authors state that respective authorities should ensure that people reside far from these towers by 120 meters or more, depending on the power transmitted, to avoid severe health effects. I have expressed no matter of mere concern, but solely matters of substance or fact of law. Please use the following findings to deny immediately the Candle Crest antenna farm application. This application for Candle Crest WTF permit is an outlier because the proposed placement of the antenna is too close, too low, with too much power. I hereby submit a peer-reviewed study that concludes people reside far from the tower by 120 meter or more, depending on the power transmitted, to avoid severe health effects.
Thank you, Tommy. Next up, Marshall Harridan, followed by Ben Copeland and Joy Dupuy.
Mayor Adam, thank you for saying my name correctly. My name is Marshall Harridan. I live in Westlake, California. I'm the contractor that brought you that fine restaurant called Olive Garden, and also Tarantula Brewing, and I am the contractor that's going to bring back the name Borderline for you. So I attest and affirm that the following statements are true and accurate within my personal knowledge. The Sunny Hill residents have objected to this proposed multi-antenna facility. Therefore, there is a controversy on environmental grounds due to this large metallic industrial-looking facility proposed to be located on this prominent and as yet beautiful hilltop with antennas only 50 feet from some yards and 90 feet to the nearest homes and living areas. This would destroy the natural appearance of the area and can be harmful to this natural resource. Note that the city has a policy that ridgeline areas were dominant and valuable natural resources, which were perceived by the people living here to be more important assets and worthy of preservation. Aspects of pine tree removal or damage, landmark tree damage, nesting and wild species evaluations, fuel storage in a residential area polluting drinking water, pollutants from fuel exhaust, noise pollution, industrial traffic and safety, problems have all been raised as the environmental concerns. No FCC required NEPA review letter is contained in the file. On December 5th, 2019, the FCC order vacated the NEPA exemption for wireless telecommunication facilities. Every individual antenna application must undergo a NEPA review by the FCC. I have expressed this matter of mere concern, but solely matters of substance, effect, and law. This is a finding you can use tonight to deny the Candle Crest cell tower. The application before you is incomplete due to the applicant's failure to provide the FCC required NEPA review letter. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Harridan. Ben Copeland, followed by Joy Dupuy, and then Robert Dirks. Good evening, Mr. Copeland.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Ben Copeland. I live in Westlake Village, and I'd like to thank you, Mayor, Council members, and City staff for allowing me to share the following with you. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. On August 26, 2019, Jonathan Kramer stated in the Planning Commission meeting that of all the wireless telecommunications facility projects he has reviewed for the City of TO in the past 32 years, this one is more different than any other with regard to design elements and FCC compliance. He stated most of the time we don't have sites like this. The unusual nature is this is a low-to-the-ground site, and an unknown amount of now public area in front of each sector will exceed the FCC regulatory exposure limit. One problem here is that there's too much effective radiated power, or ERP, in this design for a wireless telecommunications facility that is so close to the ground, which factor results in exposure levels significantly above regulatory limits. The proposed SBN HH1D65B antenna specs referenced in the Hammett and Edison engineering report indicate a 12-degree vertical beam width. The antennas would be installed at a 4-degree downward tilt, resulting in a total of 16-degree downward directed radiation. The ERP, the effective rated power, is 12,330 watts. The lowest parts of the antenna are only 24 feet above the street elevation in homes. The result is extreme radiation levels on the street and in the homes 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year. The above FCC regulatory exposure limit plus installation less than 10 meters and greater than 1,000 watts absolutely mandates FCC required environmental analysis. This finding alone can and should be used at once to deny the Candle Crest facility, whereas the application requires radiation extremes from ground-level antennas transmitting in excess of federal limits in public areas, and whereas Californians have the legal right to the quiet enjoyment of their streets, the Candle Crest wireless telecommunication facility application must be denied. Last, if the tower is built, I want to thank the nearby residents for sacrificing their health and safety so that more millennials will be able to buy homes in the neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Copeland. Next up, we have Joy Dupuy.
Good evening, City Council.
Joy. Followed by Robert Dirks and Lucy Walsh.
Hi, City Council. I'm Joy Dupuy. I live in Thousand Oaks. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true and correct within my personal knowledge. I wanted to start with a quote I came across on the iWireless Solutions site. Macro cells can provide cellular network coverage for a large area which can span a large town. Take that in, a large town. Kevin Modis is with the California Brain Tumor Association full-time in D.C. educating legislators about the health effects from wireless radiation. And he says part of our team is cancer epidemiologists, toxicologists, cellular biologists, all the people the FCC do not want to employ. In fact, the FCC does not even have a health department. Have you seen the Verizon brochure and what it says regarding insurance for their wireless? It clearly states, we do not cover emissions or pollutants emitted by our wireless technology. We do not cover the discharge, dispersal, seepage, goes on, magnetic fields, electromagnetic fields, microwaves. They define wireless radiation as a pollutant in terms of protecting themselves, but when they want to force it into our communities and blanket us with it, it's safe. Quiet enjoyment is the right of a property owner or tenant to enjoy his or her property in peace without interference. So I have a right to the quiet of my street, you have the right to the quiet of your street, and the residents of Sunny Hill Street have the right to enjoy their quiet street free of radiation noise that would pump out 36,000 watts or more of affected radiated power day and night. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Robert Dirks, followed by Lucy Walsh and Tim Walsh. Hello, Mr. Dirks.
Name is Bob Dirks, live in Westlake. I want to thank the mayor and the council members for objectively reviewing our appeal. Our home is directly adjacent to and the closest to the water tank in question. Should the Verizon cell tower project go forward, one of the cell towers, as you've seen on the map, would be 90 feet from my home. Would anyone in this auditorium or anyone on the council want a cell tower 90 feet from your home, which does nothing more than propagate microradiation? Furthermore, which has not been addressed, it is our understanding that Verizon wants to place a flammable fuel tank to help power these 3 or 4 cell towers. Should that happen, again, I use flammable fuel tank. That tank is 120 feet from my home, let alone the other homes around the area. This is totally unacceptable. I'm not an expert on radiation, but we all have been to hospitals, doctors' offices, and dentist offices. And why is it that when we do receive an x-ray that the technician goes around the corner in a protected area? We know the answer: radiation. No homeowner would want cell towers pumping out 36,000 watts 24/7 year after year of effective radiation. It makes no sense at all. And no homeowner would want a cell tower 90 feet from their residence. You on the council, you're not appointed, you're elected. You're elected by us, members of the community. You have an obligation, as Councilmember Jones challenged, to protect our health and safety. And you must do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dirks. All right, Lucy Walsh, followed by Tim Walsh, and then Diane Lerner. Evening.
Hi, I'm Lucy Walsh. I live at 4516 Sunny Hill Street, Thousand Oaks. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. Lee Newman, landscape architect from Lee Newman Design Group, was one of the first landscape architects in our community and worked very closely with the city of Thousand Oaks developing North Ranch. He states in his January 7, 2020 letter that the goal was to make North Ranch a jewel for the city. The North Ranch philosophy was to blend the community with nature, respect views, respect the oak trees, and preserve the hills and dry creeks. We accomplished all of these, plus many other goals, to create a beautiful and serene community. The addition of a 12-antenna WTF upon a hilltop would destroy the natural appearance of the area and harm to it its ridgeline areas, which is a dominant and valuable natural resource. The open space and views are worthy to preserve. Adoption of Verizon's WTF would invite co-location growth and further negatively affect aesthetics. This would change the community's character in a negative way and reduce property values. Residents and visitors frequently walk onto the water tank property to enjoy views and sunsets. The city has no control over members of the public and has mitigated no effort to keep people off the property, despite dozens of phone calls to law enforcement. The addition of the WTF will incommode the community because the visual aesthetics are the citizens' rights, and they get to weigh in heavily on what should be there and what it should look like. I have expressed no matter of mere concern, but solely matters of substance, fact, and law. This is a finding you can use tonight to deny the Candlecrest Cell Tower. Addition of the proposed WTF will violate the ridge lines and visual aesthetics of North Ranch.
Thank you, Lucy. Next up, Tim Walsh, followed by Diane Lerner and Judy Bruce. Evening, Tim.
Hi, I'm Tim Walsh, a resident of 4516 Sunny Hill Street, adjacent to the water tank. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true and accurate and within my personal knowledge. This project is not compliant with CEQA guidelines. First, I refer to the Verizon attorney letter dated 12/2/19 from Kevin Sullivan. He states on page 9 that the facility qualifies for an exemption from CEQA guidelines. That is categorically exempt because the project does not remove healthy, mature, or scenic trees. Furthermore, on page 10 of his letter, he states no tree will be removed with the project. Attached are photos from around, in the document I gave you, attached are photos from around the north sector that illustrates 3 40-foot Aleppo pine trees on both aerial and drone photos. The north sector would be directly behind the 3 pine trees. However, Mr. Kramer, on 8/26/19, during his PC Commission testimony, stated landscaping can't block the antennas directly.
Thinking about this, while we certainly have the right to require landscaping, that landscaping can't block the antennas directly. Right.
Additionally, the appellant retained an arborist, James Dean. In his report, it states that Aleppo pines and screening shrubs will need to be removed to install the antenna towers. Second, I hereby submit a peer-reviewed study that proves the adverse effects of microwave radiation on rabbits and the environment. Remember, the design of the antennas in the project are low to the ground and angled downward. I have expressed no matter of mere concern, but solely matters of substance, fact, and law. This is a finding you can use tonight to deny the Candlecrest Cell Tower project. There is non-CEQA compliance per CEQA guidelines, section 15301. Aleppo trees cannot be removed because existing and required neighborhood visual screenings would be lost.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Diane Lerner, followed by Judy Bruce and Mandy Jacob. Evening.
Hi. My name is Diane Lerner, and I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks for over 22 years. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. Here is a simplified version of how data-carrying radio frequency, RF, radiation, which includes microwave radiation, affects us all. Because radiation from wireless telecommunications facilities, WTFs, is highly xenobiotic, foreign to life, by way of its pulse modulation, this radiation creates chaos in our bodies. If you're healthy, you may not notice immediate or attributable effects, but the radiation is adversely affecting you nonetheless, suppressing your melatonin, interfering with whole body central nervous system function, reducing sperm quality and quantity, and other measures of fertility, impairing cells from communicating with the extracellular matrix, and causing inappropriate cell division. Constant exposure slowly chips away at your defenses. The scientific literature has been out there for decades, informing us that our cells are thrown into chaos when exposed to man-made RF radiation. Over 10,000 studies indicate that RF radiation is harmful, no matter what the telecom industry claims. You can't see what you're not looking for, but we're all here today because we did look. And we found that exposure to RF radiation is hazardous. In the face of all this evidence, why do a small proportion of studies show no effects? Of course, studies can and often are designed to fail, but in a good study, it's because the healthier the cell, the more intact its cell wall. This is why a cell or a whole body may initially absorb RF radiation without acute adverse effects. Damage is still being done, but it takes longer to dismantle a house with a good structure than one that has suffered with years of poor maintenance. What we don't see is hurting us. The evidence is clear. It's out there for the looking.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Bruce, followed by Mandy Jacobs and Lowell Troxel. Evening, Judy.
Judy Bruce from Simi Valley. I attest the following statement is true. And the Telecommunications Act of '96 recognizes that the environmental effects of microwave radiation and in turn recognizes the actual health of negative effects. The Act regulates the health, left regulation entirely within the state and local officials' authority, obligating them to protect the residents with regard to placement, construction, modification, and operations of the wireless facilities. So what this means is that no state or local officials must comply with the Commission's emissions. The FCC is not the U.S. Congress and does not make the laws. Congress positively left all authority and over operations within the state and local officials' hands. By making false representations, the city officials are outside the law. All applications for small cells are now incomplete, and the applicant, until the applicant provides the court with the mandated NEPA assessments for each facility. This was mandated by the August 19th Circuit Court. This applies nationwide. It's retroactive. It includes requirements also for Section 106 for the National Historical Preservation. Due to these decisions, you must immediately stop all placement and construction, et cetera, for any new, recent, or applied for wireless facilities. Please write a letter to your applicants and tell them that their applications are incomplete and the required assessments must include negative health consequences. And let's have no more wireless facilities where people sleep, live, and heal. Finally, the fiber optic cables are already in place and they were financed with public money and cannot lawfully be claimed or used by unregulated wireless companies as if they were their private property for their private profit. Consider what San Leandro did. They installed fiber optic cable throughout their city.
Thank you, Ms. Bruce. Your time is up. Thank you. Mandy Jacob, followed by Lowell Troxel and Scott Ehrlich. Good evening, Mandy.
Good evening. My name is Mandy Jacob from Newbury Park. I'm the president of California Issues Reform, or CARE, and I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. Early in 2019, CARE came to you on the appeal that you would protect your residents as other cities did in California. However, by the end of the year, we had 3 federal judiciary decisions that gave you an extended policing power over the WTF's wireless telecommunications facilities. You then received notice from 3 independent law firms of these rulings. And note, the WTF operations were never preempted for any adverse effects or reasons for denial. So your hands, in fact, are not tied. In fact, every single WTF that came into existence after August 9th appeal ruling is now null and void without a mandate from the court. This is the same fact that is happening right now with the Sunny Hill construction. The city's legal consulting firm cannot weather the financial storm that will ensue after this decision. Your vote does count tonight. As more people are injured into illnesses by the WTF's wireless radiation emitting throughout Thousand Oaks, this problem gains traction. You now have at least 10 ADA requests that have been ignored. These are federal ADA requests. The U.S. Department of Justice has been made aware of one case, and more will follow. Beyond the city's disregard for the ADA requests, a cease and desist letter has not been responded to. Now is the time to deny Verizon's wireless application. We've been in direct contact with the senior legal counsel of the FCC's WTB. He has assured us that our understanding of the law is correct, and that whatever your whisperings from Mr. Kramer are incorrect in the sense that the FCC does not preempt your local governance. I have expressed no concern or any other non-substantive matter, but solely matters of fact, and I accept your oath of office.
Thank you very much. Roltroxel?
It's actually Coltroxel. Sorry. Thank you, though.
Oh, you're right. I beg your pardon. Cole.
You're all good. Thank you.
Coltroxel. Look like an L on there. All right, Cole. Sorry, go ahead.
All right. Hello, honorable members of the board. My name is Cole Troxel. I am a member of the Newbury Park community, and I'm speaking today in opposition of any wireless telecommunications facility. I attest everything I say is true to the best of my ability under penalty of perjury. I'd like the board to recognize that there are far over 10,000 studies highlighting the proven microbiological effects of these minimal radio frequency microwave radiation. In one major naval medical research institute, they learned that the extent of these effects are far greater than we can even imagine. This investigation disclosed that there are over 129 obvious microbiological effects of non-ionizing radiation on the human beings. Some of the 129 of the most alarming effects include, but are not limited to, neurological damage, altered blood flow, altered cardiac rhythm, reproductive damage, and severe nerve damage. To deny this is absolutely false and not based in science. These are certainties that industry experts themselves agree with. We must regulate these on the basis of these numerous unacceptable environmental factors. I submit herewith onto public record substantial evidence in the form of relevant, peer-reviewed scientific studies, which are admissible under the Supreme Court Dubert rule. I have one further affair to discuss. I think that we should all, especially the younger generation, we should all fight for what is right, for what we know is right and true, despite what companies and corporate interests may put out there. We have a responsibility of preventing things like the increase of fires, the increase in the earthquakes, the increase in wars. We have a responsibility to leave this planet better off than when we first got here. And to not do that is a failure in your generation. It's a failure as a human being, in my belief. Thank you.
Thank you,
Nothing
Cole.
I've said,
Scott Eric,
attest to everything.
followed by Peggy Rosenberg and Megan Chichayan. Evening, Scott.
Good evening. My name's Scott Ehrlich, which happens to mean honesty, and I'm very proud of that, so thank you here. I am from Agora Hills. I was just coming here for support and belief in that this tower is incorrect until serendipitously or coincidentally, I was speaking to yesterday a board member from North Ranch Country Club. So I was laughing at the doctor's statement that this application was approved. This is really funny, was approved because Verizon attested so that they were truthful in their application. However, he forwarded me an email chain that specifically said that yes, they were right that North Ranch rejected 2 sites, but a 3rd site they all agreed upon, and they had a red line version of the lease to be signed that was acceptable to everybody, and then Verizon decided to go dark. So which is exactly true? I have a chain email that shows that Verizon has not told the truth here. So I don't know which way you want to go on that one, but I know in a court of law, when somebody doesn't give a truthful answer, then all their answers from this point on are not truthful. That's it. Thank you. Oh, and I have a list of alternative sites. I'm sorry, it made me start thinking of alternative sites. So one of Verizon, which you'll see in front of you, one of Verizon's statements were that this site was too low. And we did a study on it, and it was 1,116 feet. They have an alternative tower site that works. That's 1,117 feet. So it's 1 foot different from what they exist and have right now. And perhaps it would not cover everything that they want, but 2 sites in better locations may work, maybe a little bit more expensive, but so be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Rosenberg, followed by Megan Chichayan, and then Audrey Bruckner. Evening, Peggy.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm Peggy Rosenberg, live here in Thousand Oaks. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true and accurate to the best of my knowledge. I oppose the Candlecrest application and wish to examine in this context whether Mr. Kramer is a consultant or a lobbyist. In his ordinance draft changes, Mr. Kramer purportedly protects the city from blight, but offers no provision for protecting the public from RF microwave radiation transmissions. Blight would result from the approval of Candlecrest, as well as health and environmental effects of the antenna's operations. Mr. Kramer deliberately dismisses health effects, despite council members' obligation to protect their constituents' health. Contrary to Mr. Kramer's assertions, a plain reading of the Telecom Act preemption clause reveals Congress preempted neither health effects nor the operations of antennas. The requirements in Mr. Kramer's ordinances are one-sided in favor of the wireless industry, to the detriment of the general public by allowing these contaminant delivery systems too close to residences. For over 25 years, Mr. Kramer has served over 1,000 private and government clients as a wireless technology and deployment advisor, compliance inspector, and telecom site lease negotiator. Clearly, he is an industry promoter and partisan, not an objective advisor on public policy. On paper, he represents public interests in locating wireless facilities, yet his bias clearly reveals Trojan horse consultancy. He is supposed to protect the city, as stated in his contract, yet he promotes private antennas on public poles, his actions colored by business interests. He is licensed and endorsed by the FCC, a captured federal agency. Whoever introduced this $250,000 expenditure is at fault for misuse of public funds. We taxpayers have the right to decline payment where an official or consultant is ultra-vires. Handling public funds to de facto lobbyists constitutes fraud. I believe any decision-making based in fraud is in itself fraudulent. I've expressed no okay.
Thank you, Peggy.
Thank you.
Megan Chichayan, followed by Audrey Bruckner and Craig Wolchover. Hello, Megan.
Hi, my name is Megan Chichayan. I live on 4571 Sunny Hill Street, Thousand Oaks. I attest and affirm all the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. I've watched as my parents remodel our family home and create our vineyard in our property. The obstacles attending the beautifications of our property were extraordinary. In advance of any remodeling, my dad had to meet with city officials, going back and forth to get approvals over the course of 18 months, beginning with many applications, a new application for each small detail. My father had to get approval from the Architectural Committee of Westlake North Properties Owner Association. Furthermore, because of the time length of the project, my father had to obtain an extension of the approval from the WNPOA. My dad was required to create a mock-up silhouette view shed for the second-story addition and had to prove that the second story wouldn't protrude over the ridgeline addition. And here's the image provided right here.
Wow, we got a lot.
Additionally, my dad had to research HOA-approved plant material and asked by the planning department to submit an environmental impact study because the city inconsiderately considered grapevines non-native vegetation. My parents dutifully completed all these instructions demanded by the city. No such application process has been required for the dozen cancer-causing Verizon wireless antennas intended to be constructed just 33 yards from my home. Nor has any such process been required for the extensive environmental alterations that would result from the construction and operations from the dozen antennas, including tree damage, tree removal from the ridgeline, and impairments and loss of habitat to life. The disparity between my dad's requirements and the lack thereof of the applicant's Verizon Wireless, whose identity cannot see as certain, indicates bias. Were these antennas to be constructed and operated, they would transmit highly microwave radiation around the clock, and namely 36,000 watts of effective radiation power. This is 5 to 6 times more ERP than typically is around homes. This process is unjust and outrageous. Were the incomplete application of these dozens of antennas approved, it would prove very damaging to many. City Council members, please deny the Candlecrest project.
Thank you, Megan. Audrey Bruckner, followed by Craig Wolchover and Ferry Afshar.
Good evening.
Hello.
Audrey Bruckner from Thousand Oaks. I am opposed to any plans to install large or small wireless cell towers in our community based on documented severe harm. I do not support the philosophy that the people in our community who are currently disabled due to 4G, soon to be switched to 5G without the need for permits, technologies are to be dismissed as collateral damage. Please see 5gcrisis.com for up-to-date documented information. And on January 25th, 2020, there will be global rallies to stop 5G in many cities and countries all over the world. To connect up locally, go to Ventura County Issues Reform, www.vcir.net, 805-694-VCIR. When Swisscom, a major telecom service provider for Switzerland, recently launched 5G in their country, the people in Geneva on the day of antenna activation reported loud ringing in their ears, intense headaches, unbearable earaches, insomnia, chest pain, fatigue, and not feeling well inside their homes. It is documented that 5G microwave radiation penetrates through the outer structure of homes and buildings into the interior 24/7. You cannot turn it off. When the citizens of Geneva called Swisscom to report their symptoms, they were told that everything was legal and within the guidelines. Ann Miller, author of All EMF'd Up, experienced identical problems when she and her husband were stationed in Germany. Like the people in Geneva, her concerns were dismissed. When she found a knowledgeable German physician, Dr. Horst Egger, he told her that her symptoms were due to microwave illness as seen in military radar personnel and people working on microwave towers.
Thank you, Audrey. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Craig Walchover, followed by Ferry Afshar, and then Hossein Afshar.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Craig Walchover, Westlake Village. I hereby submit multiple emails and a petition with 2,823 petition signatures against the Candlecrest Wireless Communication Facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Ferry Afshar, followed by Hossein Afshar, and then Samuel Tardif.
My name is Ferry Afshar. I'm a dentist living in 4525 Sunny Hill Street. I attend and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. Permit number RPD-75-139, dated August 11, 1980, for the construction of additional water facility on land located on Lot 61, Track 2778, was approved subject to multiple conditions, specifically condition number 3 and number 4. State number 3, that the masonry wall surrounding the pneumatic tank shall be increased to 7 feet. Number 4, that in order to reduce the visual impact of the block, wall, and other improvements, landscaping shall be installed around the entire perimeter of the property. Said landscaping shall consist of, but not limited to, evergreen shrubs that will grow to a minimum height of 8 feet. Furthermore, the landscaped area shall be irrigated with a permanent system. The north and northeast areas of the property provide mature landscaping that screen the improvements. However, the southeast and southwest is robbed of the required landscaping. Dr. Kramer, during the 8/26/19 meeting, testified, quote, landscaping can't directly block the antennas, unquote. For the north sector, pine trees must be removed to allow the antennas to work properly. Regarding the southeast and southwest sectors, the required 8-foot landscaping would cover the bottom 1/3 of each flanking antenna.
Ms. Afshar, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Samuel Tardif, followed by Ashok Desai, and then Brandon Doolittle. Evening.
Hi, my name's Sam. I was born and raised in Newbury Park. I'm only 25 years old, so I guess I'd be considered a millennial. But I do like to study. I spend a lot of time studying mostly philosophy and psychology, but I also like history. So I found this Wikipedia page that highlights a beautiful piece of American history. It defines it as unethical human experimentation in the United States. You can all look this up at home. I suggest you do. Unethical human experimentation in the United States describes numerous experiments performed on human test subjects in the United States that have been considered unethical and were often performed illegally without the knowledge, consent, or informed consent of the test subjects. Such tests have occurred throughout American history, but particularly include the 20th century. The experiments include the exposure of humans to many chemical and biological weapons, including infection with deadly or debilitating diseases, human radiation experiments, injection of toxic and radioactive chemicals, surgical experiments, interrogation and torture experiments, etc. Funding for many of the experiments was provided by the United States government, especially the United States military, the Central Intelligence Agency, or private corporations involved with military activities. The human research programs were usually highly secretive, and in many cases, information about them was not released until many years after the studies had been performed. Now, sounds like to me, we got some people saying, oh, it's all good, don't worry about it. And then we've got all this overwhelming evidence that, yeah, there might be something more to it here. So to me, it sounds like an experiment because we don't really have straight answers either side of the map. So I'm going to trust in our awesome council members here to do their due diligence. It does appear that they are doing so. It does appear we have other corporate interests involved. So I thought I'd just change it up a little bit and hope you guys enjoyed that. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe I inadvertently skipped Hossein Afshar, if you'd like to come down. And then we'll go on to Ashok Desai and Brandon Doolittle. There we are. Hello, sir. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, council member, my name is Hossein Afshar. I'm a board-certified cardiologist serving this community for 34 years. I attest and affirm that following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal and professional knowledge. Cell antennas produce electromagnetic frequency in the range of microwave. These kind of electromagnetic waves pass throughout body and is absorbed by different tissues. At cellular level, it damages mitochondria, cell lipids, and cell protein. A great deal of information and medical data has been collected on the associated risk and health hazards posed by cell antennas. The evidence is overwhelming regarding increased likelihood of neurologic, cardiac, and variety of cancers following exposure to these types of waves. Because it impairs catecholamine secretion, it causes different types of arrhythmia, manifested by tachycardia, irregular heartbeats, and even cardiac arrest have been reported. As a result of damaging the inner layer of coronary arteries and myocardial cells, it leads to heart attack in individuals who are at low risk of having heart attacks, such as those with low cholesterol, low blood pressure, non-smoker, and non-hypertensive. Continuous re-exposure causes delay healing in those unfortunate heart attack victims who return home to recover. It increases the risk of becoming hypertensive in individuals who otherwise would have had normal blood pressure. While there is no absolute safe distance from cell antenna, depending on cumulative energy these antennas generate, most studies show living within quarter of a mile of these centers poses health risks, including 3 times increase in the risk of cancer. I have expressed no matter of mere concern, but solely matter of substance and scientific facts. This is finding you can...
Thank you, Mr. Afshar. Thank you very much. Ashok Desai, followed by Brandon Doolittle, and then Gloria Kraus. Good evening, sir.
Hello, honorable members. I am Ashok Desai, living on Sunny Hill Street, Thousand Oaks, across from the water tank. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. In the early days of cell phones, the 800 megahertz band 5 was used for simple voice transmission. There are only 2 channels in the 800 megahertz band, A and B. Over time, carriers wanted more bandwidth in order to push and provide for increased user load. Band 2 at 1900 megahertz was licensed to the carriers and named the Personal Communication Service, or PCS. 1900 megahertz has 6 channels, A through F. Band 25 PCS was added later with 7 channels, A through G, Band 5 and Band 2 PCS were the primary cellular data frequency, cellular frequency bands for some years. With increased cellular data, AWS bands were added. In the instant matter of the Candle Crest application, the types of transmission proposed by the applicant are AWS PCS and 700 megahertz. Two of these frequency bands are for data. These data antennas transmit internet data frequencies, not voice data frequencies. Data transmissions are not included as part of the 1996 Telecommunication Act, TCA. Therefore, no preemption under TCA applies. The application thus fully regulable by local authorities for any and all reasons. You can use the following reason to deny the application now. Data frequencies have no preemption under the 1996 TCA, and the application is admitted to exceed federal limits. I have expressed no matter of concern, but rather only matter of substance.
Thank you,
of facts
sir.
and law.
Your time is up. Thank you. Brandon Doolittle, followed by Gloria Kraus and Susan McCrae. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's an absolute pleasure and privilege to be speaking in front of you today. To address the cell coverage in North Ranch, I'm a realtor in the community who had the privilege of representing the #1 salesperson in the nation for State Farm, who lives deep in North Ranch. He established over 500 accounts in less than a month, which I believe is still a record to this day, from his home office. I believe he used Sprint. I was born at Westlake Hospital about 1 million years ago. I've watched the area grow in the valley and spread to the hills. My mother was a nurse at Los Robles for almost 40 years. My father helped establish the soccer fields at Jans in 23 and was even honored to install much of the landscaping at the Reagan Library. I myself was a former explorer with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office and continue to use the knowledge and skills to this day that I learned at such a young age. I am very grateful to be part of such a program. To say I love this community is an understatement. Now we are here. Our town is moving into the future at a blistering speed. 5G offers many of the things that are attractive to people. Real-time data transfer, my daughter having the ability to download a movie in seconds, and autonomous vehicles that will roam the streets to the delight of many drunk people who are sober enough to order them. There is uncertainty about whether 5G can be considered safe in terms of public safety. This is a very serious matter. It took almost 25 years to figure out that cigarettes and tobacco cause cancer. Now the decision to protect the citizens and visitors to our town is in your hands. We don't want to restrict progress, but solely to examine critically the price we have to pay for such progress. Until this uncertainty is adequately clarified, the precautionary principle must be applied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doolittle. Gloria Kraus, followed by Susan McCrae and James Lynn. Hello, Ms. Kraus.
Okay. I attest and affirm.
Please state your name and city of residence for the record.
Gloria Krause, Newbury Park, nonprofit volunteer. I attest and affirm these statements are true, accurate to my personal knowledge. 1, April 4, 2019, California Supreme Court rule T-Mobile versus San Francisco. All California cities have police powers to ensure WTFs do not incommode the quiet enjoyment of the streets. Incommode definition extended to include noise, negative health consequences, safety concerns. 2, all small cell facility applications are incomplete until applicant provides court-mandated NEPAs, EA, and/or EIS for each facility. This review was mandated August 9, 2019, DC Circuit Court of Appeals ruling case 18-1129, retroactive August 9th, 2019. Decision applies nationwide. Regulations include compliance requirements with Section 106 of NHPA. 3, October 1st, 2019, D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled against FCC overreach, case 18-1051, page 146, restoring internet freedom. 33, FCC RCD 311, 2018 order, the ruling states, because the Commission's preemption directive 2018 order 194206 lies beyond its authority, we vacate the portion of the 2018 order purporting to preempt any state or local requirements that are inconsistent with the Commission's deregulatory approach, CID. Due to these decisions, you must immediately stop all placement, construction, modification, operations of new, recent, and applied for WTFs and notify all wireless applicants to complete these requirements, giving Thousand Oaks time to update its telecommunication ordinance.
Thank you, Ms. Krause. Your time is up. Susan McCray, followed by James Lynn and Lorena Sarvnatari.
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is Susan McCray. I live on Sunny Hill in Westlake Village.
Would this be easier for you to use here?
Oh, that would be great. Thank
come
you
over
so
here.
much.
No worries.
Thanks. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Chief Freihoff.
Thank you.
New Chief. We'll restart the clock, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Susan McCray. I live in Westlake Village, and I'm on Sunny Hill. You know, I attest and affirm the following statements are true, accurate, within my personal knowledge. Almost everyone would avoid living near an antenna farm, which the proposed facility is, and here's why I'm opposed. Living in a house near antennas can come with a range of adverse effects, from headaches to cancer. Constant exposure to microwave radiation causes harm to all cells and all bodies. And this is most devastating to persons who've been injured in electromagnetic sensitivity, which can happen to anyone. As one of those sensitive persons, I have a history of heart disease, cancer, and live with multiple sclerosis. The worst thing for me would be to live near the antenna farm. It's 100 feet away from my home. I wish I could close my windows and the front door to prevent absorption of highly unnatural microwave radiation, but I can't just shut it out. Constant exposure over time wears down your health, producing severe problems. You've heard it all: memory loss, melatonin suppression, insomnia, hyperactivity, cardiac irregularities, nausea, increased danger of cancer, so much. The volume of scientific study of RF microwave radiation is huge, in the tens of thousands. Please look at it. We've all worked hard to be able to live in this beautiful area that we love, surrounded by wonderful neighbors. Your oath of office requires that your vote against personal injury. You can deny this incomplete application using our substantial written evidence toward our bodily protection and our unobstructed landscape. I have expressed no matter of mere concern, but solely matter of fact.
Thank you, Ms. McCray.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. James Lynn, followed by Lorena Sarvnatari and Chris Just. Evening, Mr. Lynn.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I was going to discuss. Oh. Can you see that? I was just discussing.
Name and city of residence, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. James Lynn in Westlake Village.
Thank you.
I was discuss the location preferences of the municipal code amendment that was passed in March 5th, 2019. Of those criteria, the first one is that it has to be in terms of wireless communication facilities, has to be in a non-residential zone. That's number one, and obviously these towers are not within residential zones. Number two, it has to be 250 feet or more from any structures approved for residential use. And then three, it has to be less than 200 feet from a residential structure. As noted before, there are 7 houses that are within 250 feet from the proposed wireless communication facility. The Dirks are 92 feet, McCrae's 113, Lynn 117, and Tajane 180. So it was noted prior that in this amendment 97, 190-197 resolution, that a wireless communication facility could be in residential zones. But this resolution was proposed and I believe agreed upon September 2nd of 1997. So we have one resolution that was in 2019 or 18, and this other parties basing it on information from 1997. So I think much has been made of the health risk, but just real quick, I think the FCC is based in studies from the 1990s and a toxicology report from 2018 that was a $30 million report has shown clear evidence of.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Lynn.
FCC. Okay.
Thank you very much. Lorena Sarvnatari, followed by Chris Just and Bob Beekian. Evening.
Good evening. My name is Lorena Sarvnatari. I work for Land of Enchantment, board and care for elderly.
City of residence, please.
Camarillo. But I work for Land of Enchantment here in 436 Gainsborough Road. I am attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. Wireless technology telecommunication facilities block the landscape and skyscape and disallow healthy private living. As such, they cannot lawfully be placed within 1,500 feet of sensitive areas, including without limitation residential and school zones, senior citizens, healthcare facilities, playground, and parks. A detailed list of preferred or disfavored location must be included in the revision to the Thousand Oaks Telecommunication Ordinance. A few examples include all wireless telecommunication facilities require a conditional use permit. Notify all property owners within 1,500 feet of the proposed installation within 14 days of public hearing. 1,500 feet setback for other small cell installations. Radio frequency data report requirement, ADA compliance requirement, general liability insurance in the amount to $2 to $5 million to protect the city of Thousand Oaks, obtained and paid for and maintained by the permittee. Per the last item, note that reinsurance and insurance industries have refused to insure the wireless communication industry for 4G and 5G technology. When allowed in commercial or industrial zones, the wireless telecommunications facilities must comply with city code, and their effective radiating power must be limited by means of protective fuses to 0.04 watts. Such limits as also carries to provide more than adequate coverage, but no irradiation.
Thank you, Lorena. Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chris Just, followed by Bob Beekian and James Dean.
Good evening, council members. Chris Just, Thousand Oaks. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. At the Planning Commission meeting on August 26, 2019, Jonathan Kramer, the city's telecommunication consultant of 32 years, stated that the landscaping can't directly block the antennas. At the same Planning Commission meeting, the commissioner asked the applicant if they would be open to enhanced landscaping, such as vines on the gates, to help provide some additional screening. John Helminski replied, "We would, but it would have to be limited in height and as certain types of species, typically species that had a lot of heavy oil in it, like eucalyptus. They do affect the signal quality. So anything that would grow up in front of it that would be mature could affect the quality of the service later, and then could affect that. Fact three large Aleppo pines, which are considered oily by arborists James Dean, are directly in blocking the proposed north sector. And I have expressed no matter or mere concern, but solely matters of substance, fact, and law. This is a finding you can use tonight to deny the Candlecrest Cell Tower 3 40-foot tall Aleppo pine trees, which are considered oily trees, are directly blocking the proposed north sector antennas. Last picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Bob Beekian, followed by James Dean and Ken Unger. Evening, sir.
Your Honor, Mayor and City Council, my name is Bob Beckian. I've lived in Thousand Oaks for 25 years. I raised my family here, and I'm going to speak plainly. We're opposed to the current proposed location of this antenna in question, and we support the appeal. My family are very active members of the nearby North Ranch Country Club, and my wife is the captain of the senior women's team, and I golf with my sons, and we have a membership of young people going to old people there, and everybody in between, and we're very concerned about the implications of the health aspects of this project. Also, many friends and people I know ride bicycles in the area and are active in this area as well. And my family frequents the area 4 to 5 times a week for these types of activities. And as I mentioned, we're very concerned about these proposed health concerns. Additionally, we're concerned about the diesel fuel storage. As most people know, there was houses lost during the Woolsey fire directly on the course at North Ranch Country Club, and that area was under extreme danger. And the thought of a diesel fuel storage area in that vicinity is very concerning to many people. So once again, we strongly oppose this project and hope the project will be moved to another location which will not create the potential health risk to the nearby community residents. And that includes all of the people that could be affected by this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Beckian. James Dean, followed by Ken Unger and Kathy Schutz.
Good evening, James Dean, landscape architect. I've been a resident here 52 years. I was in the original, before the original council, when they approved North Ranch, we designed it, Newman and I. I hereby submit a peer review of studies that prove adverse effects of microwave radiation on pines and other trees. And I'd like to say that I have reviewed the original landscape plan. There's nothing on that site today that it briefly resembles the original landscape plan that was approved. The wall was not installed. The hedge completely around was not installed. And I'd like to say that the sycamore trees are in great danger. The plan that has been prepared and the report that you got was very inadequate. It doesn't speak at all about the true impacts of those trees. The plan that Horizon has so far indicates a kind of a schematic drawing of where the utilities the pathway of the utilities they're coming up through the center of the driveway, and I know that won't happen. They're going to be to the left of that, so they're going to be passing through at least 2 of those trees. The trees are very weak. They are suffering from drought, deep water drought, and I think that there's a good chance if this is executed that at least one of those 2 trees may die. That's what I want to say.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Ken Unger, followed by Kathy Schutz, and then Brett Fornatoro. Good evening, sir.
Hi, my name is Ken Unger. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, the Westlake Village area, not too far from where this proposed cell tower site is. I have 5 children, and my job as a father is to protect my children. This proposed tower jeopardizes the health of my family, I believe. And I don't know where, did I miss something, or is there a law somewhere that says that we all have to have super good cell reception wherever we are? I don't believe that there is. And there's a 2-word solution for this. It's called landline. When we had the fires a year ago, we were safely evacuated from our home via a phone call from our landline. We also have cell phones. Those don't always work, no matter where you are. There's no law that says we have to have great cell reception wherever we are. We survived without cell phones our entire lives until the last 15, 20 years. I don't know why we always have to have great cell phone reception. We have elected you, our city council members, to protect the health and welfare of us, and I expect you to do that. Based on what I'm seeing tonight, I believe that the residents of our city want you to reject this cell tower site. I'm an architect, and believe me, I have to do all kinds of tricks and have to follow very numerous laws when it comes to designing a home around trees. We want to protect our trees. We also want to protect our residents. I urge you to protect our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Unger. Kathy Schutz, followed by Brett Fornatoro and Matthew Mitnick. Evening, ma'am.
Good evening, commissioners, mayor, and staff. I'm Kathy Schutz. I live in Thousand Oaks, California. I'm here tonight as president of the Westlake North Property Owners Association. We are an association of 461 homes in this North Ranch area. For several years, our Westlake North members, a lot of them, have been complaining about the very, very poor cell service they receive. And it's actually getting worse for some reason. I don't know why. We know this is true because as a board, none of us are getting cell service except one fellow, and he has AT&T. So our residents would like to have a cell site in our area that effectively improves cell service for the greatest number of people possible. That being said, we would leave the decision of the best possible location for a cell site to the experts of the city of Thousand Oaks. All we are asking for is decent, consistent cell service in our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schutz. Brett Fornatoro, followed by Matthew Mitnick and Brett Saunders. Evening.
Good evening. When I arrived here tonight, I wasn't fully aware of everything that would be discussed, and it was brought to my attention as it was being kind of deliberated that this new plan would also include cell reception to my neighborhood. And so obviously I had to take the opportunity to come and speak to you about how I would like to make a phone call from my own couch in the living room. And I've heard many concerns about the health that this would have a negative effect on the health of the homeowners in the community. I would also like to remind you, McDonald's is a carcinogen, Coca-Cola is a carcinogen, sunlight is a carcinogen. Sorry if I come off a little insincere, but I have my doubts. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Matthew Mitnick, followed by Brett Saunders.
Hello again, members of the council. Thank you for allowing me to speak again. Similar to Brett, I wasn't planning on speaking on this issue, but as a student of political science, I think it's a really great opportunity we have in our city to engage in these issues and offer our thoughts on them. And I live in the area that isn't getting cell coverage, and I think my neighbors, myself, we'd welcome that opportunity to have a cell tower so I don't have to go across the city to make a phone call. Additionally, I'm a runner, and my friends and I meet at a lot of the parks in that area, Lang Ranch Park, North Ranch Park, to run. And it's a safety concern that there is no cell coverage at these parks. If someone were to get injured, go into cardiac arrest, it's a concern if you can't make a call to emergency services if needed. And we have 4G sites and other similar sites throughout the city. Members in the audience, members on the council, we all have cell phones. We all use those cell phones. So I just wanted to make my voice heard. Thank you for having me, and good luck. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Brett Saunders, followed by our last speaker, Sadhana Sharma.
Yeah, Brett Saunders, Agora Hills. So I actually was the project manager and the superintendent that built the Tajayans' house when they remodeled it about 5 years ago. And I'll say this, we had to jump through and go through every single hoop that Thousand Oaks puts in front of us. We did every single thing that you guys want us to do to get that house built. Now, let's roll back. I'm 31 years old, so I'm classified as a millennial. Born and raised here in the area, love the area, work in the area. I do commercial real estate out here. I love this place. My question is this. 31 years ago, I remember coming through the chain of time. I remember AOL with the little guy that went across the screen, logging on the internet. Why do we need 5G? Why? What's the purpose? The gentleman mentioned to call 911. I don't know about you guys. We're all standing here. We didn't have 5G 31 years ago, and we didn't have it before then. How did we get a hold of people? You know what we did? We used what the other gentleman said, a landline. There are ways to communicate. And if we think that we need 5G, what's next? 6G? Then what are you guys going to put? Well, let's just slap a big tower on this building and call that great. Where does it stop? It won't. And just like they mentioned earlier about the cigarettes, took a long time to figure out that it was bad. I have a feeling that this one day will be like the e-cigarette that now we're having so many problems with. As soon as you see it go down the road a little bit, there's going to be big problems. So I look at you all and I say, take it into consideration.
Thank you, Brett. And for our final speaker, ladies and gentlemen, please, for our final speaker, Sadhana Sharma. Evening, ma'am.
A very good evening to you all, and good evening to the audience. And I'm Sadhana Sharma. I live in the greater area, and I have been working in the greater area for the last 27 years. I stand a little different from other speakers because I'm an educator, and it has been really heartwarming to see so many people who have come up to express their views. One message is consistent to me as I am listening from an educator's listening. There is no doubt there are hazards about the new technology. Yes, some we can live with, and some we can make intelligent decisions again. I, as an educator, see the after effects of sleeplessness in children 5 to 10 years old. And we as educators cannot but undo that damage. I just want to say, at exactly 3 o'clock, I had a phone call from Chicago, a total stranger I had met. He called to say he found Thousand Oaks the safest city to establish his business. What do I think? I said, you are so right. I walk into this meeting and I see you all honor our police chief. What a heart you have. My head bows to you just because I feel you have such a strong moral voice. Dr. Tajayan has been our savior for many years, not that we know him personally, but because he served our school community when any child with a broken finger or a broken arm, we couldn't get reach of a parent. It was Dr. Tijayan who came and was on the call.
Thank
So
you.
for his cause,
Thank you, Ms. Sharma.
please have a voice.
Thank you
of
very much. Your
conscience.
time is up.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. All right, that concludes the speaker portion of the program, and I do want to thank all of you for your decorum during the speakers. Very well done. Appreciate it very much. It's a good way to keep things smooth and get everybody a chance to speak. Now, we've been at this for 3 hours and 15 minutes. We are going to take a brief recess here, and when we come back, we're going to hear rebuttal from our appellant and our applicant. We're also going to hear staff response and questions from the council. So we'll take a brief recess. We'll be back soon. and then we're going to go to the council for questions. So, who would like to start first? Dr. Kramer.
Mr. Mayor, council members, members of the public, the way we're going to do this is each of us up here has kind of assigned ourselves portions of the response. So I'll start. A significant number of comments related back to health issues and health concerns. All of that being said, the federal law still applies, and to the extent that the project demonstrates compliance with the FCC rules, as this one does, we have no basis to deny or otherwise condition the project other than as we have. This also extends to one of the questions that was raised about the trees, about RF effects on trees. Again, it's in the same bucket of restrictions. So the maximum we can do is what we have done for both humans and for trees. As for the landscaping blocking the antennas, back at the hearing, what I said was exactly what I said, but it was in the context of the fact that in terms of the landscaping we can require, we can't force them to block the antennas. To the extent that Verizon can tolerate the existing blockage of the trees, that is a technical issue solely within their purview, and they probably should speak to it when they come back on rebuttal. As for NEPA, we continue to hold the position that what the court did in the DC Circuit makes it clear that NEPA is not applicable to this project for the reasons that we've already discussed.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, council member?
We keep using that term. I would guess I'm uneducated. What is NEPA anyway?
National Environmental Protection Act.
And what exactly are the implications of NEPA? You're saying it doesn't apply to this?
Correct.
And why is that?
NEPA applies to a limited number of projects, primarily to projects either federally funded or on federal lands, and this is neither.
All right, yeah, let's have staff finish up their...
I just kept hearing NEPA and I didn't know.
Understood. All right, go ahead, Dr. Kramer.
Okay. There was a comment about using a denial of this project as a tool to force Verizon to co-locate. That's simply not something that we can do because it doesn't respond to the facts in this case. It's to accomplish an external process that would be desirable to the public, but outside of the review scope of 97-197 and the due process of how we consider and approve wireless facilities or deny wireless facilities. There was a comment about home values going down 20%. That seems to be a magic number that goes across the internet, but the information, as you heard, was based on 2006 information. That was 10 years prior to the point where more than half of the homes in the U.S. cut that cord and have gone over to wireless. So that's both dated and not reliable now. There was a reference to the our 2018 ordinance modification as to small cells. It's not applicable to this project. And I believe that goes through my list. If not, they'll come back to me.
All right, thank you, Dr. Kramer.
Thank you, Dr. Kramer, and good evening, City Council and guests this evening. There were a number of comments with regard to fuel storage. I just wanted to emphasize that this application has been reviewed by the Ventura County Fire District. They have imposed conditions with regard to the project. Those are included in your packet. Conditions of approval for the special use permit that require fire code permits to be acquired from the district. The inclusion of emergency generators is not an uncommon improvement in the city, so that this is not unusual in that respect. And actually, that was the one point I was going to make at this time, and now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Steve Kearns.
Thank you very much, Mark. You Mayor, members of the City Council, I just want to clarify a couple points. There was some discussion about the Planning Commission meeting and the requirement for landscaping, and the discussion around landscaping. That was directed specifically towards providing landscaping along the slope areas adjacent to or near the southeast sector and the southwest sector to provide a visual barrier from the downslope properties. That discussion obviously morphed into whether or not we could locate it or where we could locate it. Condition was imposed requiring a landscape plan to be submitted by the applicant that we would review to evaluate the strategic planting of these materials so they do not interfere with the applicant's antenna sectors. There's also discussion about the 1980 approval of this water tank site. The conditions of approval for that water tank project is not germane to this discussion tonight. We do have specific conditions related to the installation of these facilities here that are being proposed, and that is what is applicable in this case. And that's all I have to add now. Staff is available for questions.
All right, very good. Let us start with our Mayor Pro Tem.
Just one more comment.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
So just to kind of wrap things up, as expressed by Dr. Kramer with respect to the Federal Telecommunications Act, City Council role here is very limited. You are limited on the issues that you are able to consider tonight regarding this decision. And that's because the 1996 Federal Telecommunications Act, which was passed by the federal government, imposes those limitations. So things that you can consider tonight are aesthetics. That's a valid issue for consideration. Compliance with the city's resolution 97-197 is an appropriate issue for consideration by the City Council. And whether or not the project complies with CEQA is also a valid issue for consideration. Now, you did hear from staff that they evaluated these areas and they recommend approval of the project application based on this evaluation. For tonight's purposes, the decisions that you make are based on the record that has been presented to you tonight. So any decision that you make, regardless of which way you go, must be supported by evidence in the record. It cannot be based on conjecture or unsupported opinion. It has to be based on actual facts that's supported in the record. If you have any questions regarding that, I'm happy to further elaborate.
All right, thank you. Ms. Noonan, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Adam. I have a question for Mr. Kearns. The Resolution 97-197 states on page 3 that the antennas would be allowed on water tanks which are above ground. This one is not really above ground. Why is this inapplicable?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to go ahead and answer this one. The Resolution 97-197 and page 3 that you refer to states that facilities such as above-ground water tanks and utility poles, stadium, or playfield light standards are appropriate locations for a wireless facility, but that's not an exhaustive list. It says such as. In this case, we have obviously a tank that's almost entirely underground, not above ground. And so it is still an eligible site per se. The city has approved several other facilities where we have antennas that are on or near perimeter fencing around water tanks. And so this is not unusual in that respect. The list on page 3 is not exhaustive. It's a list of exemplary sites, but tanks that are largely below ground are certainly eligible for consideration.
It also says in that same paragraph that the antenna should not be more than 5 feet above the structure to which it shall be attached. Currently, the fence is, what did we say, 8 feet tall? That's the original fence right now?
Correct. The existing fence is 8 feet tall. And you're correct, the resolution does say that. The intent of that was when we have above ground water tanks that the antennas do not exceed that tank by more than 5 feet, assuming that they were going to be installed literally on the top of that tank. In this case, we have the antennas that are integrated within portions of the perimeter fencing. So they're not on top of the fence per se, they're an architectural element or integrated into it. And so therefore, staff's conclusion is that it does not violate that standard.
It also says in that same paragraph that it applies to tanks, above ground tanks, which are not screened or visible from adjoining properties. This is a tank that is not screened. It's fenced in, but it's not really screened except perhaps for the couple of Aleppo pines.
Correct. And again, just historically, I think the intent of this was to address above ground water tanks. Over the years, we have begun to move away from above ground water tanks to look at our tanks below ground, or at least flush. And so the intent here is to locate wireless facilities in these zones, in residential, public, quasi-public lands, and open space on existing structures. That's the key thought here. And in this case, we have an existing structure. The antennas will be integrated into that perimeter fencing at the existing water tank. And therefore, it's our conclusion that it's consistent, that the proposal and its design is consistent with this standard.
Thank you. I have a question from Dr. Kramer. The distance requirement, we don't have any distance requirements for this particular installation, correct?
That's correct. The reason is that the distance, well, you know, let me ask you to step back for a second. When you say distance requirement, I'm assuming you're talking about RF emissions? All right. Again, because we've taken the absolute most conservative approach and said, we're going to site the fence based on the actual emissions that are going to come out, the maximum possible from this site. So we didn't want to hard code a number in that, if it was different, would require a visit back to the council.
You say that you recommend, or one of the conditions is to test the emissions after the installation. What would happen if the emissions were to exceed FCC standards?
Well, Verizon would have several options. Number one, what is anticipated is that there would be an adjustment of probably several feet, up to several feet, of where the fence ends, distant from the antenna. Alternately, Verizon could make a decision to simply lower the maximum power for that site. So there are a couple of options, but the site would not be allowed to be on air unattended until it fully complies with the FCC rules, and we at the city have verified that fact.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions for Verizon once they come back. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember McCoy?
Dr. Kramer, from what I understand, what I've read, an FCC action triggers NEPA. I mean, it is a federal action. So I'm not sure why you say it doesn't trigger it.
I'm going to kick this one to the city attorney.
All right, I'm going to see if I can figure out a way to kind of analogize this. There's been a lot of discussion regarding the D.C. Court of Appeals case. In that case, the FCC rule, and Dr. Kramer, you know this case so much better than I do, so if I get the facts kind of wrong, can you help me out? The FCC rule basically said, the FCC concluded that the siting and location of wireless facilities is exempt from consideration under NEPA and the Natural Historic Preservation Act, right? And the court disagreed with that. And the gist of that case was that they were looking at a federal action on federal land. When Dr. Kramer talked about when NEPA applies under very limited circumstances. Again, it has to be basically a federal project. It has to be use of federal funds. Those are the types of situations where NEPA applies. In California, we have CEQA, which is the equivalent of NEPA. So when we are issuing the permit. So if the federal government was issuing a permit, if the FCC was issuing a permit, then you're right. Then the NEPA would apply. But the FCC is not issuing a permit.
But
the city's issuing a permit.
My confusion, and help me understand this, my confusion is we're being told that our hands are tied by the FCC.
Right. Well, you're being told that I want to go back. I want to actually clarify that. When we've had our discussions on what the FCC did with its previous order, that was with respect to small wireless facilities. The decision or the limitation on the city's ability to consider the effects of RF emissions does not come from the FCC. That decision came from the federal government via the 1996 Telecommunications Act. It was not an FCC order.
But it's still a federal it's still a federal action.
Right, but it's a federal directive. It's no different than any other federal directive. Just because it's a federal directive does not mean that NEPA applies in this case. And again, this was a federal piece of legislation that concluded or that determined that so long as a project complies with the RF standards that are promulgated by the FCC, the city cannot consider the impacts or the impacts from those RF standards. It's not a federal project, however. It's not. There's no federal permit involved in it. There's no expensive federal funding, and that is what NEPA applies to. When you look at the conditions that CEQA applies to and the conditions that NEPA applies to, NEPA makes it very clear there's limited circumstances under which NEPA applies. So the D.C. Circuit case was focused on NEPA because it was on federal lands, and it was dealing with the analysis of a federal rule.
During the break, I looked at the FCC website, and they said that an FCC action triggers NEPA. That's why I'm confused.
Okay. There's no FCC action here. And by no FCC action, they're not issuing a permit.
Then why are we bound to honor Verizon that they want to? We have all of our citizenry; they're all concerned, and we're being told we can't because we're bound by federal law.
We're bound by the federal law based on the way our U.S. Constitution is when it was drafted. And
what law is that? Is that FCC?
Well, no, that's the U.S. Constitution. The federal government has the right to create laws.
But was that law created through the FCC is my question.
No, that was created through the federal government, through the 1996 Telecommunications Act. And I think that's where some of the confusion is. There's a lot of belief that the FCC has passed a law. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that the 1996 Telecommunications Act, all they did was impose regulations. It's no different than the federal government saying to the IRS, you establish how to administer our taxes, and we have to comply with that. It's no different than that. So what they did in this case is they delegated to the IRS the ability to create these rules on how to implement its tax code. Here you have the federal government who has created a rule that says the FCC establishes thresholds. That's all it says. But it was the government that said, the federal government, not the FCC, that said, if it meets that threshold, then cities and counties and states cannot consider RF, cannot go into RF analysis, cannot consider RF emissions. Anything else I'm missing, Dr. Kramer?
Very confusing.
You're right on.
It is confusing. It is confusing.
And I can't wrap my mind around it.
Well, I appreciate that differentiation because some of the speakers asserted that the FCC would not have the authority or the jurisdiction to dictate this law, and I think that is true. But what does have the authority is the fact that I'm assuming Congress passed this back in 1996,
yes.
And it's a federal law.
Yes, and since 1996, based on the Federal Telecommunications Act, cities and counties and states, governmental entities have not been able to consider the effects of RF emissions if it meets a certain threshold, as long as it meets this threshold.
And if we did, we'd be in violation of federal law.
Yes. Yes.
And subject to considerable liability.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Councilmember Engler.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is a question really for staff. Several of the of the speakers tonight mentioned that they felt that this application by Verizon was deficient from the very beginning. I know that that wasn't part of our review of the Planning Commission, but can you speak to that a little bit to let us know, was it deficient? Was it adequate? How does it fall on this curve?
Each application for any entitlement in the city has certain submittal requirements that must be part of that application. The city has a period of time to determine whether or not that application meets the minimum standards to process it. In this case, we evaluated the application. It had all the minimum requirements for processing, so it was found complete and went through the process. So the application was determined to be complete by staff.
In addition, that to the extent that there was a question about which is the entity, who is the applicant is Verizon Wireless, and they can clarify that here, or they can verify that again tonight.
Any other questions? I did have one, actually. Some of the speakers asserted that they felt there really wasn't a gap in coverage in this area. I've heard otherwise, anecdotally over the years, that the cell phone reception in North Ranch is rather spotty. And I believe there were a couple examples in the staff report. One particular fellow had a stroke, and it was 20 minutes before he could get through, indicating that spotty cell coverage can have adverse consequences when it comes to safety and health. So I guess what I'm getting at is there a gap in coverage up there or not?
Staff believes, and I have recommended the city determine, that Verizon has presented a case demonstrating a significant gap in its proposed service. So even though there is Verizon service in parts of the area now, for the reasons I explained earlier about the fact of new bands of service that they're licensed to transmit on, we could have a situation somewhat like to the evidence that's in the record now, that people can drive around the area and use their Verizon phone. That is not dispositive of the lack of a gap, because we're dealing with bands of service that are not yet on air, to which there is a gap. So the answer is, staff concludes that there is a gap in service in the area, which triggers the aesthetic prong of the regulations of the court rule in the Ninth Circuit.
All right, thank you. Some of the other speakers asserted that the towers would be on 24/7. I read the staff report. I thought it was more intermittent power, isn't it? Is it not?
First off, just for point of clarification, this is not, Verizon is not proposing a tower. We kind of use that term, but for clarity purposes, they're proposing a wireless facility that is not a tower per se. Yeah. With that said, wireless facilities are on air 24 hours a day. That's an accurate statement. They vary in power level up to a certain maximum, depending on the number of people who are using it. There's certain portions of the signal that are on all the time, just to let the cell phones in the area know, hey, this tower is the one you should be talking to. But the average power can vary slightly as people use it in time of day. Verizon has an engineer here who can do a much better explanation of that than I can.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Kramer. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Adam. Question for staff. How many underground water tanks does the city of Thousand Oaks have? Or Cal Water, I should say, actually, the other purveyors.
I don't have a number of how many tanks. I am familiar with...
Underground, not above ground.
Yeah, well, I'm familiar with 3 off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's more than that.
And do they all have wireless facilities, antenna, and so forth?
Well, they all have antennas that regulate the water flow, so we have connection via the antenna signals, but the antennas are not for wireless facilities, not all of them. There is a site over in Dos Vientos which does have a wireless facility installed around it.
And what kind of wireless facility?
Um,
Is it a panel? Is it a
Well, it's an array similar to what we're
pole?
looking at tonight. It's located adjacent to the fencing around the perimeter of the tank.
Okay, and that is in Dos Vientos, and it is underground?
I'm sorry?
It's in Dos Vientos, and it is underground?
I'm not sure if that.
Maybe I can jump in here. The tank is actually partially underground. Part of it is at grade, but part of it is slightly exposed on the west side. This is up on top of the ridge line, basically southeast of Villa El Cerro. There was a proposal for 2 antennas in the area that was consolidated and relocated up to the ridge line. The approved design, as I recall it, included antennas, panel antennas comparable to tonight's design. They're either on or close to existing and or new fencing around that water tank.
And how many of those panels are there?
I'm certain that was a macro site. I believe it was 12 antennas, but I'm not entirely certain. It could be 9.
And any idea how far those are from residences or?
Those are a
other-
significant distance, probably, Mr. Kearns is saying approximately 700 feet from the nearest residences.
Thank you.
Councilmember Engler.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Kramer, there's a couple of the speakers tonight talked about your description of this location as unusual. Can you explain your viewpoint that this is an unusual location, just for the record?
Sure. And my statement was accurate. This is not usual for the types of wireless sites that we have had come before the city in the past, so it's unusual. It doesn't make it startlingly unusual, but it's not the run-of-the-mill type. Now, this type of site, this gets back to the fact that as wireless systems mature, wireless facilities start first at very high levels. For example, Rasno Peak was one of the very earliest cell sites in the valley because it provided a lot of coverage. But over the years, as wireless users increase, the area covered by a wireless site decreases, and the wireless sites actually get lower and lower to the ground. And this is one that is less in height. It's only about 40 feet above some of the surrounding homes, as opposed to some of the earlier ones that have been 100 feet above homes. So, unfortunately, the comment was a technically correct comment, but it conveyed a startling effect that I had not intended.
Was your unusual comment meant to indicate that this was an application that was perhaps more dangerous or more any other application that you could imagine that people might put to that?
Absolutely not. And as a member of this city staff, and we have done so much over the years to ensure that every wireless facility fully complies with all of the safety codes, they don't get to the decision level if there is a danger, as to paraphrase what you've said.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Engler. Councilmember Jones.
Yeah, if we cannot take health effects into consideration, what are the things that we can base our decision on?
Number one is compliance with the applicable resolution here, specifically now 97-197. Does it comply with the principles that the city council set out in that resolution? Number two, does it violate any generally applicable safety code? For example, we would not be required to approve a cell site that violated the building code, that violated the electrical code, So we're allowed to apply generally applicable safety codes.
Are everything here in compliance with these codes, in your opinion?
Yes, but there's still one more level of, there's a technical review level for the actual building permit, which occurs after a project has been approved. So even after this, there's one more safety check.
Yeah. I don't want to get into health effects, but one thing concerned me. Somebody compared this as radiation that you would get in a dentist chair. Are they similar to X-ray radiation?
I believe the speaker, who's a cardiologist, was talking about what's referred to as ionizing radiation, radiation that has an energy level that breaks DNA bonds, whereas we are talking about transmission signals that are non-ionizing. They don't do that. So this is, by definition, different from what was described by the cardiologist who mentioned that comment, made that comment.
You talked about the gap. Does that have some effect on our decision whether or not there is a gap?
Again, the courts have told us it's a tough subject. So basically, because they can't prove it and we can't disprove it,
but I mean, is that a relevant argument, whether or not there is a gap?
No, it just isn't anymore.
But I mean, you say anymore. Was it once?
It was back in the...
Well, how was it an argument? Was it a for or against?
Well, this comes back from a case that was decided in 2005, when there was far less wireless out there, and the basic networks, the coverage sites were being deployed. Now the issue is more and more, is the significant gap related to the capacity of the network to handle all of the customers.
So is there a checklist for a site? And is one of the items on the checklist whether there's a gap or not? And if you can't check that item, then that's a deficiency? Is that?
Oh, no, it's not a deficiency, but it gives us some additional latitude in terms of designs and locations. You know, it's almost to the point now, nearly 15 years after that decision came out, that it's a distinction that has less and less of a difference every day. It was relevant back in the early 2000s. It's far less relevant now. We still require them to disclose it on the application because, frankly, we want to maximize our aesthetic authority, which we do if they claim a significant gap.
Well, you mentioned aesthetics just then. Have any visual studies been made of mock-up, if this is actually put in, what the visual effect will be on the neighbors?
In review of the view shed impacts, we evaluated photo simulations that the applicant submitted, which demonstrate the before and after effects of the installation of these sectors along that ridgeline. And in this case, we determined that it was negligible as far as an impact.
I mean, did you actually take pictures? Did you do a mock-up and then take pictures from the various residences to see what the visual effect would be?
We have a photo simulation presented from various perspectives along streets within the neighborhood, looking up through the site and looking at the photo simulation of the rendering of the sectors on that hill. So we did evaluate a photo simulation of the before and after effects.
Yeah, I was up there. I saw where the antennas would go, but you had 3 groups of 4, and are they tending toward looking at the open space that is to the south, or are they all over the? Seems to me they were toward the open space, some of them.
Maybe I can answer that. So there are three sectors. One is basically on the north side of the water tank. One is on the southwest, and one is on the southeast.
Would that one on the north be blocked by those 3 trees that are there from view?
I'll let Dr. Kramer answer that.
There will be visual blockage by the existing foliage of the antennas.
So from Sunny Hill, they would be partially blocked in vision?
Yes.
See if I have anything else. What about the completeness? Did you speak to that? Is the application complete? It was said that it was not complete.
One moment. I'm sorry, we want to just handle one side question here. The staff determined the application to be complete for all purposes related to processing. Every application may have a minor deficiency, or maybe it's they've written the one thing here and something else there, but that doesn't create a fatal flaw in an application. The question is, can we understand the project and understand what's being proposed? And the staff determined that the application was complete.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Pardon me. Beg your pardon. All right, we are going to go to the appellant now for a 5-minute rebuttal. I'm sorry, sir, public comments are over. We need to follow our format here. We're going to have to go to the appellant for the rebuttal. And that will be you, Mr. Sellers?
Mark Sellers with the Jackson Titus Law Firm, here representing the appellant. I'm here tonight not as an engineer, not as a doctor. I'm not going to talk about radiation and energy and gaps or health impacts of this. I am a former art minor. I am a recovering city attorney. I do have my name on this resolution that you're referring to, 97-197. I drafted that resolution. I was directly involved with what the goal was with regard to that resolution. And that section that was read earlier basically says that antennas are okay if they're attached, affixed to a water tank. Not a wrought iron fence, but a water tank. And that water tank is unscreened, invisible from the surrounding properties. Why was that? The goal then was that that water tank that's visible and unscreened has already a visible impact. So you're not going to add antennas to something where it's natural, something that doesn't look big, that doesn't look imposing. That resolution talks about things like stadium lights. It talks about attaching them to big structures. Nothing in that resolution says, hey, we can attach them to a wrought iron fence. A wrought iron fence is a small, visibly open, unintrusive fence. 1-inch metal rods connected. A water tank is a big, impressive, imposing item. And attaching 12 antennas to a visible, unobstructed water tank, it would not create any visual impact. So the city felt those kind of large facilities were appropriate for attaching antennas to, not wrought iron fences. This tank we're talking about, see the picture there? If you see the picture, is this on? There. If you see the picture, you can't even see the tank. What you see is a natural hillside. This is not what was intended to allow for antennas to be placed on a tank site by the City Council back in 1997. The site that was mentioned in Dos Vientos is this site right here, well away from any homes, very high up, not a lot of earth around it. It is a facility that has, in essence, what are monopoles around the fence, the chain link fence. They're not attached to it. They're just independently standing. The resolution you're looking at prohibits monopoles anywhere in a residential zone. The only place you put a monopole is in a zone, PL zone, and this site is zone residential. So this is an inappropriate site for an antenna farm. This is the subject Sunny Hill Reservoir. The difference in elevation between the tank and the street there is only 20 feet. This is not similar to what was put out in Dos Vientos, where there's a major difference in the I think it's probably 600-700 feet from the nearest house. So they're not similar. In addition, for years we have been trying to minimize silhouetting along ridge lines. This is the photo rendering, and you can see right here the antenna sticking up, right with no vegetation, silhouetting against that ridge line. That is something that the city has fought against for years and years, and now we're going to allow Verizon to put an antenna site here that silhouettes against this ridge line. You can see the street, you can see how they're sticking up there, and they're 14 feet. That's a slippery slope. Suddenly they're going to say, all right, we're going to attach antennas to wrought iron fences that are 15 feet, 16 feet. It just gets bigger and bigger. This is something that is inappropriate for this site and inconsistent with your standards, and you have the discretion to decide what complies with your standards, and that is not staff's decision.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers. All right, now we're going to hear from the applicant, and I must tell you, considering the fact that Dr. Chichayan and Mr. Lehman used their 15 minutes during their initial testimony, and then Dr. Chichayan's family came up, multiple members of the family, and spoke. I think in the interest of fairness, I'm going to give the applicant a couple extra minutes here. So instead of 5, we'll give you 7, Mr. Sullivan, if you need it.
Great, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Hopefully I won't need it. So just wanted to touch on a few issues that came up kind of repeatedly during the public comments. With respect to co-location, Verizon would love to co-locate on another existing facility if there was one in the area that worked. As I showed you in the map earlier, putting together these networks requires us to identify some place that's not too close to existing facilities, not too far away. And when we did a search in this area, there was no other existing wireless facility from another carrier around Candlecrest in this location that had the height and the topography to be able to propagate an appropriate coverage footprint that we could co-locate with. We wish there was. It's an easier process to do that, but there just were no co-location opportunities that we identified here. Also, with respect to diesel fuel, I know that was addressed by staff, but there is an express condition, number 31, in the proposed resolution of approval that requires a range of building code and fire code related permits. All of those permitting requirements ensure the safety of the materials, the containment of the materials, and all of that was reviewed by the Ventura County Fire Department, as noted. With respect to the project and claims of visual impacts, we need to remember that the proposal here is to have these faux wrought iron fence posts that are just 1.5 feet wide. 1.5 feet wide. And the FRP screening is going to go to 14 feet. The antennas are only top of antennas are only at 12 feet. But this is in a zone that allows 25-foot high structures. And as the city noted, with respect to auxiliary structures in this zone, they could be up to 15 feet high. So we have very narrow profile antennas and faux posts here. We fully comply with all of the applicable height regulations. In fact, we're well below the allowable 25-foot limit for the residential zone. So, you know, there just are no significant impacts here, especially when you're complying with the height limits for the zone. With respect to the Aleppo pines, I'll say it again, we are not going to remove them. We're not going to touch them. We do understand there's going to be some signal loss and some signal attenuation in that area, but you know, we also understood that was going to be a trade-off, that we wanted to have significant visual screening for that north sector that was going to be very proximate to Sunny Hill and the homes that were on that side. And then I'd also like to remind the City Council that Verizon has been at this process for years. We have a facility that fully complies with all of the applicable height limits for the zone. We've got narrow profile facilities. And yet our application has been pending with the city for, I think, over 4 years. We have been through constant redesigns. We've done studies and updated studies. We've done reports and, again, design changes. And we're happy to do that, to work with the city of Thousand Oaks. But this process or this project has been scrutinized by city staff, by outside experts for years now. And it's been determined to comply with all of the applicable city codes and all federal regulations. And based on that, we would request that the City Council deny the appeal, uphold the unanimous Planning Commission approval of the project, and also follow staff recommendation for approval of the project. And we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Councilmember McCoy.
Mr. Sullivan, you say you'll have hindered service or signal with the Aleppo Pines, and then you have a screen to block the emissions. Will it affect the pines?
Will the
signal affect the pines?
There is no information in any of the reports that were done with respect to trees on the property to indicate that the RF signal is going to hurt the pines. And there's no expert testimony that has been presented to this council to suggest that that could occur.
And then I guess my other question would be, how does AT&T have coverage in that area, and yet you can't piggyback with them in some location?
I don't know what AT&T's coverage is. I don't know what their locations are in the area.
I'm sorry, I thought you said you investigated that. I'm trying
there were no other carrier sites in the location of Candlecrest. You know, carriers put their networks together in different ways. And given where Verizon has its existing sites, it needs to fill a gap in coverage in a certain area. And we did not locate any other carrier facilities in the proximate area for this water tank site that we could co-locate on. And it's that site that is, you know, ideally suited from a network integration standpoint to fill the gap in coverage and the gap in capacity.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Adam. Mr. Sullivan, how close or where on your propagation map are the closest sites, the other antenna sites that you have that provide coverage to the area, to the North Ranch area?
So in Verizon's network, so these would be networks within Verizon's site?
Within Verizon, yes.
Yeah, I can't tell you we didn't do we did not do a distance survey of those other sites. We do know, as shown in the propagation maps and shown in the facility location map, that there's there's a hole. There is not a Verizon facility right in the middle of North Ranch there where we're proposing our facility at this water tank. And it was determined that a wireless facility for Verizon in that location would be well suited to integrate with the other existing networks, our network facilities.
You say you couldn't find any other carriers in the vicinity where you were looking, and if you were to look outside that vicinity, would you be able to find locations to co-locate? In other words, would you perhaps need a couple of antenna facilities or wireless facilities, one co-location and then perhaps another one that would be co-located in order to achieve the coverage you need?
Yeah, we didn't identify any other carrier facilities in the general area of the water tank, and that's where we need to put a facility for Verizon to fill our significant gaps in both coverage and capacity. So again, there are apparently other carrier facilities in the general area, but based again on where our existing sites are located and the topography of the area, we identified the water tank site as ideally suited to integrate into our network.
Obviously, there are other competitors that, everybody's out there. The city is pretty well covered, gaps in some areas here and there. Why is it that you need this? You have coverage in North Ranch. It's just a bit spotty, perhaps. Why is it that you insist on this particular facility, on this particular location, when perhaps there might be other carriers in the area outside of where you're looking?
Yeah, as explained in our RF engineer letter that's attached to my letter, there was an analysis that was done. There's a need to address capacity stress issues, and there's a need to address a significant gap in coverage with respect to the quality of service that's being provided to Verizon customers. And so while there may be weak signals out there where you can make calls in some locations, there's not the type of robust coverage that Verizon requires, and that's part of its objective for its network, to give its customers the type of quality and reliable service. So the RF engineers did an analysis. Given the topography and the height of the water tank site, it was, again, ideally suited to address both capacity stress relief for Thousand Oaks down to the southwest and for, the Oak site off to the east, as well as fill a gap in coverage that addresses hundreds of homes in the area and also a major street that has about 12,000 average daily trips. And we didn't identify other opportunities or options that could meet our network objectives and fill the gap in the same way.
Thank you.
Councilmember Engler.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the questions I had coming in was, is there a need for this facility at that location? And my interest, and I think I need to drill a little bit deeper into how did you come about the conclusion that there was a need for it in that area? Did you use computer modeling? Did you use, as one of the speakers said, they did some spot sampling throughout the area? Is it by customer complaint? What types of input did you have to come up with this gap area?
Right. Our RF engineer can address some more specifics on this, but there was the computer modeling where you can see that there was not the high signal strength in a huge area in North Ranch. The computer models showed that. There were also customer complaints, and you've seen as part of the council packet, there were a number of emails that from Verizon customers in the area stating that there wasn't coverage, that they wanted this facility, but there may have been additional metrics that were used to determine a significant gap in coverage, and we'll have the RF engineer address that.
My name is Imran Ilyas, and I'm Verizon RF engineer. I've been doing this for last 20 years as an RF engineer with the different companies. So your question about finding the gap, there are different ways. But as a design engineer, we have something called propagation tool. That is actually a prediction tool that has all the information about the topography and the geographical area, the terrain area and everything. And also has the number of users and everything. So that has all the mathematical equation in there. We put the lat longs and we put our existing network, that what we have it, and it do the calculation. It tells us that what kind of coverage we have from our existing and where we are seeing the coverage hole. And then we look for where is then the best location we can put our site. And then we request real estate to find, and that water tank comes out to be, if we put something here, that is giving us the optimal coverage we want in this area.
So do you base your gap information on complaints, then go out and verify, or what is your process?
Yeah, as I said, our process is this prediction tool mainly. Plus, we have our optimization team. They actually do the drive test, and they find out where we have a coverage gap, and they find out that this area does not have. And then we have a lot of customers that actually complain about this area as well. So there are 3 or 4 different sources of information we use to find out if there is a coverage gap or not.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I want to thank both the appellant and the applicant for your testimony this evening. And I am going to now close the public hearing. Pardon me? Oh, did you have another one? Another question? What? Oh, you do? Yeah, all right. I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem has a question for the appellant. Dr. Chachayan, please. Sorry, didn't come up on the speaker list. But
Dr. Chachayan, it was stated, and as you also said in your letter or affidavit, that you met with Verizon in March of 2019. You were the only one there. Don't know why, but you were the only one there. And according to the photos that you submitted, it looks like they were similar to what we're seeing here tonight with regard to the panels. My question is, what changed between March and August 26th?
So in your staff report, I think it's number 5 attachment. And in mine, I labeled it number 1. That's the piece of paper that he gave me as we stood right in front, and he pointed this direction, which would be to the east. And he said the towers are going to be over there. And none of my other neighbors received this notice. Maybe they received it but not looked at it. They had put a SmartLink gas meter right in front of my house, like directly in front of my house. So I was heightened to looking at all the mail that came in from any of the utilities. And so this may have been looked like a throwaway, but I did pick up on it. I did call the guy, and we met. And so, like I said, we're standing in the house, and he said the tenant's going to be there. And then he's got the picture that he gave you. It's the same one that I got. And you see those big pine trees, and the only label they have there is where they're going to put the utility equipment in that block storage area. So they told me one thing, but they're proposing something else. And it wasn't until I brought it to everybody's attention that they're now talking about the Aleppo pine trees. It doesn't make any sense, because Kramer said you cannot block the antennas with direct landscaping. And then I showed you pictures, and now they're saying, well, yeah, there's Aleppo trees, or we're just going to put them behind the trees, but it won't work behind the trees. The trees, the pine needles have the same length as the wavelength of the microwave, and it absorbs into the pine tree. So it was going to diminish the signal. And the other gentleman that's not here tonight, and he said that you can't have an oily tree because it diminishes the signal, which is like a eucalyptus, but just like a pine. Jimmy Dean submitted to you guys a study that shows damage to pine trees. He's put it into the record, and it's in there. And in that study, it shows clearly that there's damage to pine trees.
So my question is, there wasn't any opposition, it seemed, in March because none of your neighbors showed up. But in August, everybody was at the Planning Commission hearing. What changed between March and August?
No one knew about it. I didn't. So I'm not stating to the record that I approved it on that day that I met him in March of 18. All I did is I just went to go see what they were proposing, and that was it. None of the other neighbors received the documentation, and the first time that the rest of the neighbors even knew about it is when we had the public hearing notice. And that's the problem with the HOA. They didn't notice anybody. The HOA approved it, and then they amended their minutes. I went to the HOA meeting after, and I asked for the minutes. It's in the record that Harry Lehman had sent to you guys. I was at the meeting afterwards, and they presented me those minutes, and they amended them 17 months later. No homeowner knew about it.
What triggered that alert in you or the concern in you
So one more
in
time?
August? What triggered that alert? You became concerned when the sign went up, but you knew that the application was going to be heard. So what triggered that, your concern is what I'm asking.
I didn't know I honestly didn't know the status of the application. All I knew was that this is something that they were talking about. I didn't know it was going to be heard by the Planning Commission. At that point, it had already been passed through the HOA unbeknownst to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't even know about it at that point.
So what?
They were supposed to be, I'm sorry, they were supposed to be noticed by the HOA, and it's in the bylaws specifically by fax, email, and none of that happened. Nobody got any notice of it. So the HOA passed it. There's also architectural guidelines that state specifically that if they approve it, and this lot in 61, the CCNRs of our HOA, the P and POA, is on this 4 times. Our CCNRs, which specifically says no antennas are allowed, the original one, followed by amendments to that saying that only if the architectural guidelines approve it, then, or architectural committee approves it, then they will allow it, okay? And if they allow it, it's only good for 12 months. They allowed it in January of 18, 2 years ago. So that has lapsed.
That is HOA, this is a different jurisdiction.
Okay,
so
sorry.
when did you become concerned about the application? It wasn't in March or April or May or June. When did you become concerned?
At the time when I understood that it was going to be presented in front of the Planning Commission.
That's when you became concerned.
That's when I knew it was an actual thing happening. I just thought it was a proposition. I had no idea at the time when the gentleman met with me that it's actually going to be something that's happening. I thought it was something that they were just looking at or considering or something like that. I didn't know it was at that status.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember McCoy.
I had a
Do you have
question.
a question for the appellant?
I had a question for Mr. Sellers. Is that possible?
Yes, certainly is.
Mr. Sellers, you had alluded to 97197, that you were part of the writing of that?
Yes.
Could you...
And again, the concept was you can put these antennas if you attach them to something that's imposing, that's big. For example, the CRPD has some of these antennas attached to some of their super high lights for their playfields, imposing structure. You can attach them to a water tank if it's visible and unscreened. It's already an imposing structure that is visually, everybody sees it. So there's no real adverse impact. You're not taking a natural ridge line and putting something metallic on it.
Okay, so that was the original intent.
We did at the time to try to put that in that resolution. And those words mean something. Nowhere in that resolution does it say, oh, you can attach it to a wrought iron fence. That's inconsistent with the concept.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jones, do you have a question for who?
I wanted to ask the appellant.
All right. For Dr. Chichayan, correct?
Yes. You or someone made the statement that if this were to go through, that your property values would go down 20%?
20%.
What do you base that on?
I have a realtor that I retained in order to make that determination. He does valuation, and he researched the literature, and it's in the records that Mr. Lehman had presented to you, that letter, and the reference to those positions.
I mean, what does he base that on?
I have to pull the record if I can. You give
Well,
me a minute.
I don't want to belabor it, but
he's basing it on some kind of a study that was done, and it's quoted in the letter. If you have the packet, it's in the letter.
But how often does anybody see anything that is going to look like this fence would look?
It's not. Sorry.
I mean, it seems to me this.
It's called the Appraisal Institute, the largest global professional organization of appraisers.
But here's what I'm getting at. Mr. Sellers just talked about towers and things high in the air. this business on the fence.
It's not on the fence. It's a monopole. We showed you a picture. That same exact. This gentleman up here said they're going to do what they did.
Well, the pictures I have seen look as if it's on a fence.
I'm sorry, Counselor, but that was a drawing. What they actually did is so this pole that they're going to install is going to hold antennas. It's going to hold a surge protector, and it's going to support the fence.
Wait a minute, isn't this on a fence?
No,
I don't get.
It's on a monopole.
The
please,
pictures
this is
I've
very,
seen,
very important to me.
Well, the pictures
I want you to please understand before you make your decision.
I don't mean to be argumentative, but the pictures I've seen looks like it's on a fence and it steps up.
Which pictures are you referring to, sir?
Well, I don't have it in front of me here.
You're referring to line drawings. So one is what is proposed, and what is what's actual. This is what's actual, what you have in front of you.
Well, doesn't it give the appearance that it's on a fence? Isn't that what we've been talking about?
That's what they're doing.
Well, I mean, I'd like to see a full-on view.
Perhaps, Mr. Kearns, could you put on the overhead one of the photo simulations that was in the packet?
Yeah, I see
for
that.
instance?
So what I'm suggesting is,
I'm not talking about a 90-degree view. I'm talking about a full-on view of this.
I don't know. I'm not sure which ref.
Well, I don't know.
This one?
You know, I was up there and I walked around with you.
Yes.
Everything I have seen looks as if, I don't know where the drawing is that I saw, but it looks like these are, you showed me the marks where these are going to be.
I showed you the marks. I saw them there because that's where the location, but they're not installing
well, aren't
it.
Those vertical poles part of the fence?
They're not installing to those. They're installing new ones.
They're not installing where you put the marks or somebody put the marks?
Councilmember Jones, there's a photo sim up here on the
They're not
board.
installing to that.
We're trying to put it on
it
your
certainly
screen
gives,
as well.
I'll,
Here we are. Here we are.
The site plan?
I'll drop this, but it certainly gives the impression that it's on the fence.
Please look at the picture. This is the same one.
But aren't we concerned with the visual effect?
We are.
Well, somebody isn't going to run up there if they see this that looks like it's on a fence,
Sir.
and then look at it at 90 degrees and see that it's actually on a pole a few inches from the fence. I mean, I don't get that. Isn't this the visual effect, what is on there? You're talking about looking up from your street.
Right.
Your street is what, 15, 20 feet below?
Correct.
That? Isn't that going to be the visual effect from your street?
Which sector is that picture?
Well, I don't know. There are three.
But this is the direct north sector. This is a picture of the north sector. And that is the one that is directly opposite my house. But if you go further down the street to the west, what Mr. Seller showed is the silhouetting above the ridgeline of the southwest sector. And that will be almost double the fence size because the fence is 8 and it's going to be 14.
But it seems to me the trees are to the north of the...
There's 3 sectors. So the north, the trees are behind. This is covered with trees. The southwest is completely void of any landscaping, and you could see the entirety of the 8-foot fence if you give me 1 second.
If you're where your house is, or where the woman, what was her name that was right across the street?
Mrs. McRae.
Yeah, Susan, I think. It looks like those trees are between her house and where these are going to be.
Yes, but there are other houses and there's other sectors. So there's the southeast sector, and Mr. Dirks and Mrs. Dirks' home is right there. He's going to go in his backyard and look up and see it right there. And when the Walshes, they're below the southwest one. And when they look up, they're going to see it. So there's a significant visual impact, and it goes above the ridgeline. And I showed in my presentation the ridgeline view from High Country. If you look on Rayburn and you look from Golf Course Drive, the southwest will project above the ridgeline. You can already see the fence from those 2 streets. That's not the picture I'm referring to. I'm referring to a picture you can see from across the valley that now these are going to be double the height of the fence, essentially. So it's above the ridgeline. So the ridgeline ordinance, in my opinion, and I think this is violating that particular ordinance.
There's another photo sim on your screen, Councilmember Jones. You want to take a look at that?
Yeah, I see.
That is most likely from, that's the southeast sector looking to the northwest.
Thank you very much.
All right. And Mayor Pro Tem Bill de la Pena. And you would like to speak with?
Actually, you know what? I don't think I have any questions.
All right.
I'm trying to think whether I should have removed my name.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. So you're good. All right. We good with our questions, ladies and gentlemen? All right. Very good. Again, I want to thank the applicant and the appellant. I know it's been a difficult evening. Appreciate you both being here. So with that, I am going to close the hearing, and I'm going to look to my fellow council members to start a discussion and or a motion. And I see no speakers on the list yet. Well, we've closed the hearing, so would you like to? Oh, well, we could do that. Yeah. All right. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Bill de la Pena has a question for staff, and then we're going to go to
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Engler.
The question I had was, have we not updated or amended the wireless ordinance since 1997?
We have amended the city's ordinance on wireless facilities twice. First of all, in response to the 6409 ruling for insubstantial changes to existing facilities, and then we recently updated it for small wireless facilities, both in response to FCC rulings.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Engler, did you want to kick it off?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to tell all the audience that this was a very good discussion tonight. Unfortunately, we cannot really address many of the issues that you brought forward because they are related to the medical side of things, and we don't have, this discussion tonight wasn't about the medical hazards or benefits of radio frequencies. Had it been, perhaps we would have had an alternating views of that issue. But that said, we do have a question before us as to whether this is an appropriate use for this location for a cell sites. And I was looking at trying to base some of my thoughts on, and I mentioned one of them earlier, is there a need? And apparently there is a need. Our staff has identified that Verizon's viewpoint is probably accurate. We have some local people who have said that there is gaps in the area, and the Verizon technicians have said there is gaps in the area. The association, the homeowners association, has mentioned that there's gaps in the area. So is there a need in that area for better coverage? Apparently so. With that, were there alternate locations? Although some speakers spoke that there are other alternatives, apparently that our city staff and Verizon both say that this location serves the needs of the Verizon the best. That leaves us with the aesthetics, which is what we really can speak to tonight. Are the aesthetics of this location appropriate for the area? According to our interpretation by our staff of our ordinance, there can be structures 15 feet high in that location. These are 14 feet, and I appreciate the appellant saying, well, that was intended to be on a structure rather than on a fence. And that is of concern to me. The sketches and drawings we saw indicate that even though they are 15 feet tall, most of that is going to be screened by either vegetation or by the crest of the hill. And therefore, how much of an impact is it on the viewscape and on the ridgeline of that area? So those are my concerns. Those are my questions as we came into tonight. And I appreciate everybody coming forward with their viewpoints. We have listened to everything. With that said, I'll yield to my fellow council people.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Engler.
Well, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Jones.
Did somebody else press?
You didn't come up on the list, but...
I didn't press the button.
Oh, well, that's probably why you didn't come up on the list. Now, there you are. Anyway,
well,
go right ahead.
As a senior person, but a junior member of this council, I don't know if I'm out of place leading off. I came here tonight, and I can't tell you how favorably impressed I am with all the testimony, and I met personally some of the people directly involved. And because of that, I have tried to find ways that I could, having known all the facts and the decision of the Planning Commission, et cetera, and then finding out we can't use health matters as criteria. I'm at a loss to find an adequate reason for going with the appellant. I just don't think there's enough there to go against the need for that site. I don't think, I know you don't agree with me, the appellant and your people. I don't see how that, after having walked all around there, I don't see how that's going to be a big visual negative for that area. And I can't believe it's going to lower the value of the houses. I just, so I know that it's not going to be a popular move, but I would move to reject the appeal.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Jones. We have a motion on the floor. And anyone care to speak to it? There we are. Councilmember McCoy.
This is a rarity for me, but I believe in original intent. And if Mr. Sellers was the one who formulated 97-197, and it deals with aesthetics, and that is a grounds for denial, and it will affect the ridge line, and it is contrary to what the original intent of that was all about. I think we have a phenomenal planning commission. I'm grateful for them. I appreciate the staff, but I'm voting in favor of the appellant. So.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you're not usually at a loss for words.
No, but I wanted to let my colleagues speak
Very
first.
good, very good.
Just because I'm the senior member doesn't mean I always have to start off the conversation.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. I have a couple of things that I would like to discuss. One is, first of all, I'm not sure why Verizon didn't try to reach out to the community again after only one person showed up. I think it would have been important to perhaps reach out again. And I'm also bothered by the fact that nothing happened until 2 weeks before the Planning Commission, when all of a sudden this hoopla happened or opposition happened. Not sure what happened between March and August 26th that caused all of this commotion. Not sure when Verizon became aware of this fierce opposition. I think Verizon may have established that there is a need for coverage, but that particular coverage is being covered, for lack of a better expression, perhaps by other carriers. I feel that Verizon could actually, although it took you 4.5 years to get to this point, really find the other locations of the towers of your competition to see if you could co-locate. But my primary concern is that Resolution 97-197 states very clearly that this should be done on above ground water tanks, any facility. This is not the case. I believe that this would be potentially precedent setting. I don't think that this is actually in spirit with Resolution 97-197. It is in violation of that particular paragraph that I pointed out. The only other underground water tank is in Dos Vientos, and now we have a second one that is directly in a neighborhood. The silhouetting of the panel does violate the view shed, and it is in conflict with the ridgeline. If this is approved, it may set a precedent for other applications where this could happen. So I don't think that while the application may be complete, it is in violation of Resolution 97-197. I've sat through planning commission meetings when I was a planning commissioner, and I've been on the council for a very long time. So I think that staff did its utmost best to find a location, but I'm not convinced that this is truly the only location that you can find, and therefore I would not be in support of denying the appeal. And I would perhaps ask my colleagues to reconsider their decision.
All right, thank you very much. Guess that leaves me. Well, first of all, if we accept the fact that this is a federal law, it's not the FCC, but it's a federal law that states that we cannot consider health concerns if the RF levels meet a certain minimum standard. If you accept that fact, that rules that out, and I accept that. And we, you know, the Planning Commission and the City Council both have to come up with findings if we're going to, deny something or if we're going to approve it, to come up with legitimate findings. And from what I've heard tonight, I have to tell you, I would be hard-pressed to come up with findings for this appeal. I mean, if you look at all the different things that go into this thing, the guidelines for the installation of wireless communication facilities, it seems to fit the criteria. The alternative sites that Verizon looked at, 6 or 7 different sites, none of them really worked, whether it was topographical or because it was duplication of cell phone installations. It said that, we would put it on a existing utility pole, flagpole, stadium building, church, water tank, or maybe even the fence around the water tank. I think the visual impact is pretty much minimalized. The FCC guidelines are met. The CEQA exemption is legal, in my opinion. We had a third party analyze it, Dr. Kramer. It's been demonstrated, although it may not be the most salient factor, that there is a gap in coverage. And, as far as this real estate business, as I understand it, the California Department of Real Estate does not require disclosure of cell sites when a home is put up for sale. it seems to me that, and of course you've got the homeowners associations, both the North Ranch Country Club Estates and the Westlake North Property Owners Association in favor of better cell coverage there. And they represent hundreds of different homes and people out in that area. It seems to me that one way or another, this thing's going to get litigated. I think the appellant has sent a pretty strong message based on what I read from his attorney's comments and from the disclaimers that all the speakers spoke tonight, that there's a solid potential for litigation from the appellant if this appeal is denied. I also think that it could possibly fall on the city's shoulders as well to litigate if we, in fact, did grant the appeal. And I think that that could be very costly to the taxpayer. There's a lot of liability involved here. You could be looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees and damages. And I think, to be honest with you, the likelihood of the city prevailing against Verizon on this particular issue, I think, is small, very small. So it's really a question, who's going to take the liability? Is it going to be the taxpayer or is it going to be the appellant? And the appellant's already pretty much said that they're willing to go that route. And I just feel a little queasy about putting the taxpayer at risk here for this kind of liability, especially the way this whole case was presented. So, we got a motion on the floor, and that is from Councilmember Jones to deny the appeal. And I think we've all spoken, and we've listened to testimony, and I think we're ready to vote, are we not? Everybody agree? All right, so let's put it to vote, and the vote will be we are yeah, how do I phrase this? Right, a motion, right. The motion is to deny the appeal and approve the project and uphold the unanimous decision of the Planning Commission. Thank you for the verbiage. All right, vote please.
The motion carries 3-2 with Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Bill Dela Pena voting no and Councilmember McCoy voting no.
All right, thank you very much. And again, it's been a long night. Thank you for coming. All right, we're going to give you just a moment to file out, and then we'll continue on with the rest of our business. All right, let us resume. 12A, we do this every year, reiterate council committee assignments and the like. I'm assuming everybody's happy with what they've been assigned with. We kept the status quo pretty much in line. Would anyone care to make a motion to approve the 2020 City Council Member Committee assignments? Oh. Mayor Pro Tem Bill Dela Pena.
I move approval of the recommendations. I just wanted to already give you all a heads up that I would be very interested in the Economic Development Ad Hoc Committee next year. I think it would be really good. I wanted this year, but I forgot about it. And so
So noted.
But that's it. And thank you, Mr. Engler, Councilmember Engler, for taking over representation of the City of Thousand Oaks on the Clean Power Alliance.
So noted. And we do have a motion on the floor. Can we vote on that, please? We are voting on the council member assignments for 2020. And if you would vote, please.
The motion carries 5-0.
All right, very good. And let's see. Mr. Powers, would you care to follow up on any
Thanks,
items?
and I will be brief. Our next regularly scheduled city council meeting will be held 2 weeks from tonight on the 28th of January. We have several departmental reports, an update from TO Arts on programming and operations, an urgency ordinance related to accessory dwelling units to be in compliance with new state laws that came into effect this January. We will be reconsidering the franchise solid waste agreements that was before this council in December. And right now we tentatively have scheduled a pre-screening for Chappelle for a small addition to their apartment complex out of Rancho Conejo. That is again on the 28th of January, 2 weeks from tonight.
All right, thank you, Mr. Powers. And this evening, we are going to adjourn our meeting in memory of Alex Fiore. As our community starts this new year together, we begin in memory of one of our city's all-time great leaders, Mayor Emeritus Alex Fiore. If ever there was a gentleman who could legitimately be called Mr. Thousand Oaks, it was Alex. Alex was elected in 1964 as a member of the original city council and retired in 1994 after 30 years of exemplary community service, including 6 terms as mayor. He was a founding father and major contributor to the city's master plan. Alex Fiore was not content to just have a seat on the council. He was a true leader who was willing to take action for things he believed in. Every aspect of our community reflects his influence, from Wildwood Mesa to the malls. Alex was an innovator with a vision for our ring of public open space, for traffic circulation, for housing needs, our parks, and even the Civic Arts Plaza that we sit in at this very moment. Alex believed in a city with a fiscally sound, balanced budget every year, a standard which is still maintained to this day. During his time off, Alex could be found most Saturday mornings sitting at his card table at the Jan's Marketplace. Everyone was welcome to sit with him, where he would answer questions, listen to concerns, talk about current events, and would help you with your taxes if you asked. His name has been placed on our community baseball fields, affordable housing complex, and our teen center. Alex passed away in 2002. He lived a full life. He had a great sense of humor and a quick wit. As a bridge player, Alex achieved a rank of bronze life master. He loved to travel. He played the harmonica and the guitar, and he was a great fan of all sporting events. To his wife, Katie, and all his family and friends, Alex's commitment, leadership, and passion for public service is an integral part of Thousand Oaks' history and of its future. So thank you, Alex, for all you did for our city. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to adjourn this meeting to our next meeting in 2 weeks.